Our children are priceless, and we would do anything to protect them. So why aren't you using Go Free to protect them from the most harmful ideas? Decades in the making, Go Free is a simple yet brilliant practice designed to free us from destructive socio-political ideas. As words are the tools with which we think, Go Free promotes precise, simple, and targeted language to counteract psychological warfare. When you go free of the system's control over your word choice, you liberate your thinking. As you grow, you can empower others. And the most important thing you can do is inoculate our children against the ideas that are meant to harm them.
Good afternoon, Hans. Good afternoon, AAA. Good afternoon, Eindolens. How is Hans today?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good afternoon, Eindolens. How's things?
No, I'm doing pretty good. Had to make a tough phone call today, but I'm getting my life back together. So yeah, one step at a time. How about yourself?
One step at a time is all we can take it, man. It's all we can do, right? Good afternoon, Biosphere of the West. Good to see you.
Hello. Just to let you know, I'm doing some cooking and I've got my hands in stuff, so I might not be able to get right to the mic until I'm done with that.
You need a wireless headset. Yeah, no worries, man. It's good to hear you're cooking. Something good. Yeah. Maybe I'll swing over for a visit. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and get the intro out of the way. I expect this should be a fairly short space today. But welcome to the Thursday, September 11th, 2025 edition of the Shade Tree White Wellbeing NWG Space. We hold this space every day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. We are a no white guilt community that meets to practice the concepts and lexicon developed by my friend Jason Kuna, Mr. No White Guilt. You can find him here on X as at No White Guilt NWG, on YouTube and elsewhere as simply No White Guilt, and on the web at nowhiteguilt.org. We discuss a wide variety of topics with white people and often look for ways to apply solutions. I'm the Tree Godfather, your host, and my co-host today should be Eindelen and Hans, if X sorts itself out. We do run pretty casual here, but I ask that you raise your hand if you'd like to jump in. Kindly don't talk over others. Otherwise, I generally call on speakers in turn for their thoughts. If you would like to hop into the conversation, just request a mic and we'll get you set up. We only ask that you comport yourself as much as possible to the Go Free lexicon, and please act like a proper lady or gentleman of the West, whichever happens to be applicable to you. Pardon me 1 second here while I just do some setup here in the screw tube, and that should take care of that. And good afternoon to the 4 people on YouTube. Good to see you guys. As is customary, we start with a Westman of the day, and today's Westman of the day should be no surprise. I do apologize for the Wikipedia link. I know I hate to use Wikipedia because we know they are anti-white, but the information should be accurate enough for our use. We had a particularly rough space yesterday with the news of Charlie Kirk being assassinated. And I felt it only fitting that today, on a day when many others were assassinated, I would honor Charlie Kirk today as our Westman of the day. We know we didn't always agree with everything he said. He was often from within the anti-white narrative. But I think it's hard to deny that he was, first of all, a man of the West, and also a very influential person of the West. He, I think, did a lot of good in trying to open up dialogues where perhaps there wasn't one before. And I felt it appropriate to go ahead and honor him, and I'll do so now as I read some of his entry from the anti-white Wikipedia. Charles James Kirk was born on October 14th of 1993. And of course, as we know, he was assassinated yesterday, September 10th, 2025. Was an American right-wing political activist, author, and media personality. He co-founded the conservative organization Turning Point USA in 2012 and was its executive director. He was the chief executive officer of Turning Point Action and a member of the Council for National Policy. And Kirk was born and raised in the Chicago suburbs of Arlington Heights and Prospect Heights, Illinois. In high school, Kirk actively engaged in politics supporting Republican candidate Mark Kirk, no relation. In his U.S. Senate campaign, he briefly attended Harper College before dropping out to pursue political activism full time, influenced by Tea Party member Bill Montgomery. In 2012, Kirk founded TPUSA, a conservative student organization that quickly grew with backing from donors like Foster Friess. Kirk expanded the organization's influence through initiatives such as the Professor Watch List and the School Board Watch List, which sought to fire or silence professors through targeted harassment campaigns for sharing opinions opposing point. In other words, out in their bullshit. So he was, as I mentioned, on October 1st in the suburbs. Rank of Eagle Scout. And for those of you who are ever unfamiliar, it is rank in the Boy Scouts and a fairly challenging one to earn. In 2010, during his junior year at Wheeling High School, he volunteered for the successful U.S. Senate campaign of Mark Kirk, again, no relation. And in his senior year, he created a campaign to reverse a price increase for cookies at his school. I found that rather charming. He also wrote an essay for Breitbart News, pointing out the liberal bias in high school textbooks, which of course we acknowledge here as anti-white bias, which led to an appearance on Fox Business. And you can read some of the rest of what they have here for an entry. Of course, again, always keeping in mind that we know that Wikipedia is quite anti-white. But you know, getting young people today to get involved sometimes is very difficult. And I absolutely think he should be commended for that. Mr. Hans, your thoughts?
Today on Twitter, I saw a whole lot of people posting their photos next to Charlie Kirk, because everyone can see what's going to happen in the next year or so. Charlie Kirk is the new mega hero of the West. So what I would like to do is to highlight this one post that Jay Bishop made, which I'm going to just share in the Jumbotron, because a lot of them post statements that he made that were mostly anti-white, which is a misrepresentation, because Charlie Kirk, he was on a journey and he was getting more white positive every month. So quoting him from last year, where he said something like, something about abortion or immigration or anything of that, that's misrepresentation, because his views were changing all the time. He was getting more white positive. And to illustrate that, I'm just going to share this post from Jay Bishop, if I can. Let's give me a few seconds.
Take all the time you need.
I'm just putting it into the chat to make it easier to share, and then I'll share it. Okay, it's in the chat now. Oh, it's not showing. Never mind. I'll figure it out. Over to you.
Yeah, sometimes it takes a second. No problem. Like I said, take however long you need, and whatever you get it done, we'll get it up there. Mr. Eindland.
Yeah, yesterday Hans had mentioned that it really did over time seem like he was being pulled more in our direction, and I was a little skeptical because I hadn't heard it myself. But over the last several hours since this has happened, I've seen a couple clips where he actually did use the phrase anti-white. He even, I mean, he gets a lot of criticism too from the Spurs saying that yeah, I mean they have the picture of him with the yarmulke at the Wailing Wall and stuff. That's something that you're going to see from every major conservative. Uh, so that's just I'm not surprised by that. But he called out a lot of the anti-whiteism. He didn't use anti-whiteism. He said anti-white, but from Jewish funding was basically what he was referring to. And I mean, he was being pulled in our direction, which I mean, it's really sad. I've seen, and he started at a young age, as everybody was saying. I mean, 18 years old is very young to be starting in politics. It's very to me it's impressive because I've seen it happen before too where I mean even though somebody starts young one example is Matt Heimbach. He started a political based student like union in Towson and I mean you see what happened with him. He went pretty extreme into spurgery and then he that kind of ruined his life and then he became somewhat of a like a communist or something and now he's like I don't know it seems like he's kind of liberal. So my point is I've seen people completely go in the other direction while somebody like Charlie Kirk as it was mentioned that he was being pulled in our direction, which just makes it I mean, it's tragic enough as it is, but to see that and to now hear some of the things that he was saying that were very white sympathetic and even bordering on the lexicon that we use, it just makes it 10 times worse. It's really tough. I mean, I don't know if we're really going to mention too much of it, but one thing I've just seen so many for every positive thing that I've actually seen, it's there's a completely negative, disgusting comment from I mean people that you can't even call human. You mean it's really there. I'll never just social media it'll always surprise me how low people can sink. But I'm glad you wanted to highlight him today because it's just something of course we can't get it off of our minds.
You know, first of all, I agree with Hans. He was definitely on a journey. I definitely think he was headed in our direction. Um, it, it, I cease to be surprised. Anything I've come to the point now where there's no low on social media that surprises me anymore. To be quite honest, I've seen such of it over the last 50 years. I fail to be surprised anymore. You know, I will once again say that even though we don't agree with everything he necessarily said, at the end of the day, he's one of us. He's a man of the West. He's white man. This is a lot for all of us. Um, it's of and the videos of him that are circulating with this little girl and and this little boy. Those are absolutely heartbreaking. I don't know how knowing his wife and children were there. I can't imagine having to. Sorry, your other parent is now deceased. The trauma inflicted upon that family was insane. But to get kind of back to what you mentioned about his beginning, to be an 18-year-old that's not just out playing with video games, have a mind for politics and actually get involved and understand. uh,
3, you faded away. I don't hear anything. New Hampshire Patriot, go ahead.
Hello and good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to see if I can request a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk and his family.
Okay.
Thank you. My second thing is there's not protests, but vigils being held in several states around me. Excuse me. One of them I've let Tree Godfather know because he's in my state. Try to attend them, and if you do not do anything violent or engage with any counter protesters or dissuade what the intention is of the vigil. And that's all I have to say for now.
Thank you, New Hampshire Patriot. I think Tree Godfather has some connection issues. So let's go to Biospirit. Biospirit is probably making.
Yes, I am. I'm making green sauce, chili verde. So the thing that has struck me the most about what has been going on is I don't even want to say the people on the other side. They're not. There's no side to this. There's they're anti-whites. They're not. People keep calling them Democrats. People keep giving them all of these nice names. They're just rabid anti-whites, and you look at them and they're clearly mentally deranged people. They've been so poisoned by the anti-white narrative that they are jubilant in a person's death. That we had a vigil in Idaho last night, and some anti-white came through on a scooter, on a motorbike, screaming profanity. Who does this but an anti-white? The only people in the world who are this evil are anti-whites. And I thought that the post that Stephen Miller made this morning, that you put in the OT chat, Hans, I thought that was excellent. He came very, very close to naming anti-whiteism. He was talking about the problem being an ideology. He was talking very, very closely with what we have articulated in this community and what Jason has been working to teach people for 30 years. And that's why I retweeted that. And he's right on point. We must crush that ideology, and that ideology is anti-whiteism. If we don't, this is going to consume the entire Western world. And I am heartened by seeing that there are more and more people who are in YouTube, on social media, on X and other places, that they are so disgusted they are done with this. We can't live anymore with this increasing the way that it has been. And I think that it's a horrible thing that it's taken the life of Charlie Kirk, it's taken the life of Irina on the train, and so many others. Metcalf in Texas, so many young lives for no reason other than this deep, cruel hatred of the white race that is anti-whiteism. And I'll pass it back.
It sounds Three Godfather is back.
I hope I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Outstanding. So I'm not sure who spoke in the last couple of minutes. Did has New Hampshire Patriot had a chance to go yet?
Yes, I've spoken. I've mentioned, the brief moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, as well as the vigil that's happening here in New Hampshire, in which I hope to see you there.
Yeah, if you have that posted down in the purple pill at the bottom, I'll bring it up to the jumbotron. Hans.
So Biospirit talked about the post from Miller, Stephen Miller, about the ideology that is the problem. And I'm thinking back about Trump and Trump being effectively assassinated, but for divine intervention when he turned his head. But even more, if we look back at that moment, how different would things be if Charlie Kirk was assassinated under a Kamala regime? They would have kicked into motion the new anti-white narrative that domestic terrorism from whites are now the problem because they expect white people to retaliate. And this whole framing would be completely inverted. So this is just more, we were so fortunate that Trump survived that attack because it would be exponentially worse under a Kamala regime. At least now, there's a lot of momentum. Of course, it's not to say that the momentum is going to steer into a direction that's going to be positive for white well-being. That I mean, this is a mountain that we need to climb. But under a Kamala regime, the momentum would totally go the different direction. We would just have to defend. Now we are in a position where we can go on the offense. We just need the offense to be directed and precise and in the right direction, which is centering the well-being of our people. Then everything else will work out. If they do a simple thing like the Supreme Court saying that anti-whiteism is now illegal and everyone in public office must disavow it, this will just decimate these cranks that are infesting our bureaucracy or the US democracy. I mean, that will basically, half the people will self-immolate their careers because they will just not be able to do something simple like that. They won't be able to lie.
Hi, Dylan.
Yeah, and an observation that I've made too is looking at a lot of those posts and everything on social media. But it goes along with what Biospirit said too, is that this can't be narrowed down to just leftist, like a leftist just going on a just snapping and killing somebody. It's becoming more noticeable to people that you just can't narrow it down to left wing political ideology, and that's where people are looking for another way to describe this type of anti-white terrorism. But of course, they don't have our lexicon, so I'm seeing it turn into this conversation of this is good versus evil. That's what I keep seeing, and that's also coming from a lot of people that are trying to detract away from white well-being, and it's something that I mean, a couple times already, I've seen our people in this community have to actually defend white well-being and against that claim, and people want to shame us for it. They want to come at us and say, how can you make this about race? This is good versus evil, and I mean, it's just that's becoming a really frustrating part of this. It is again, it's an uphill battle, but I've noticed that a lot. It's they know it's not narrowed down to a political ideology, because you can't just describe this as leftism. But yeah, the good versus evil conversation is really kind of taking over.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of Republican versus Democrat, abstractionizing. That's kind of annoying. Good afternoon, AAA. Good to see you. Gladiators here. Ardent Party, Cindy Bin, Dandy Westman, Ivan Horrible, Robert, Cool Papa J for White Wellbeing, Anglo-Saxon NWG. Over on YouTube, we have Bobby Boldy and the great 4-0. Good to see all of you. Hans the Skipper.
So the there's a good part about the good versus evil statement. It's a recognition that um, that was lacking in the white sympathetic sphere, and I'm talking now implicit white sympathetic sphere. It's because in the past the assumption was that the anti-whites were motivated by well-being for non-whites. So it is a good thing, because now people in the what's implicit white sympathetic or conservative sphere are recognizing that that is just a pretext. This suicidal or pathological empathy is not actually what is happening. That's a pretext. They are actually evil. Now, on the I do the problem with it, which Eindelen um, referred to, is that it is essentially an abstraction. So you're not, because to show you how much of an abstraction that is, Google's slogan for a very long time was "Don't be evil." That was their slogan while they were pushing the anti-white narrative. At the time when their slogan was "Don't be evil," if you searched Google for the search term American scientist, you got 100% black people. If you search for that, and their slogan was "Don't be evil." So that shows you that it's meaningless, because it's up to everyone to interpret what means good and what means evil. And of course, for anti-whites, what's good is ill-being for white people, and what's evil is well-being for white people. So it's in that sense, it's a useless, it's meaningless. But in the context of conservatives and white sympathetics, it's very good, I would say, because it breaks them out of this idea that anti-whites are motivated by empathy.
Yeah, of course, good versus evil. What is good is not a universally held morality. Cardia Nebula, come on in.
Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, actually, I wanted to comment, say a couple things, but the one thing I wanted to comment on is what first thing is what Hans was just talking about is the battle between good and evil. It definitely is a battle of good and evil. That is like when you peel back one of the layers of the onion, that's what you see. Peel back anti-whiteism, you're going to find evil. But this is actually how evil weaponizes good against the good, because if you see a lot of the people on the left, or a lot of these anti-whites, they've been convinced that white people are evil, that we're just these closet Nazis and we just want to dominate the world and kill everybody. So it's retributive justice to harm us. It's what's the better term? Well, I mean, retributive justice is a great way of looking at it, but they get the right to retaliation, and the way that they see it is, well, we've got to strike out at them first. And then the people on the right who are, or the not, or people who are more white positive, the way that they look at it is, we're trying to be good and peaceful. We care about you. We just think you're idiots. And you're striking us first. So it's good versus good. And that's how they play us upon each other, first off. But I can leave it at that. I can come back with my other comment too. I just want to keep this topic rolling. Thanks, Hans.
Go ahead, I know.
Yeah, so one thing that I'm seeing that goes along with this is that they're not seeing good versus evil and then associating it anything to do with anti-whiteism. They're literally disproving our message and disproving that it's anti-whiteism by calling it good versus evil. And as you kind of mentioned, everybody's kind of got this idea in their head of what good versus evil is. They're using it to disprove the claim of anti-whiteism. I guess that's just I wanted to specify on that.
Mr. Blue Flame.
Hey everyone, I just jumped in, so I heard a bit of the tail end of what Hans said of good and evil and how they use it or misuse it, and to what Cardia spoke in regards to that they genuinely are supposed to think that we are the anti-white slurs that they apply. I have my own thoughts on that. Some of it I've put in practice before and even got an anti-white. Like I have the screenshot on my profile somewhere. You may need to scroll down a bit now, but got some anti-white to basically admit that he is evil. I have that as a screenshot, and here's how it works. Very simple. Anti-whiteism is evil, and they have no business claiming that which is good. That is what I confront anti-whites with at times if they want to go down that route. And then very quickly, you might then it's fair to presume that that they are going to call me evil and that they call themselves good. But then we have to start looking at the standards that they hold for themselves, is that you do not discriminate based on race. And there is that what they do. So you already basically got them on the spot. It's like, no, I'm white, and that's why you're coming after me. Now you call yourself a feminist or a communist or whatever the hell mask it's going to be, but at the end of the day, you just want to harm white people, and that's all it is to you. And we see that evil, we recognize it. You're an anti-white. You don't get to say what is good. You wouldn't recognize it if it bit you in the ass. And if you and if you come across the good, obviously as an advocate for white well-being, you oppose it. So no, again, you don't get to speak for good. This is how you can, like, you don't need to necessarily lose yourself into the relativism of people attaching the terms good and evil to their personal preferences or their excuse making to get through life with. They're um yeah. I find that I have throughout The few times over the years that I had to use it, it doesn't happen that often. Uh, when an anti-white goes out there and claims to be good, that is usually the avenue I take. I challenge it, and I challenge it by immediately accusing him of being evil, and that they have no business speaking about the good. And exactly in those words, you're an anti-white. You've no business speaking about what's good, because all you do is evil. And then watch them stumble all over themselves because now you're forcing them to confront the tangle that is their gaslighting. And that's what you want to do. You want to make them, twist and turn and curl and do backflips to wiggle their way through their own gaslighting nonsense because they are. And here, Cardia, is what I want to say to you as well. These an anti-white knows he or she is evil. That is why they use these masks to hide their envy and their murderous intent behind. They fully know that they're the scum of the earth. Without a doubt, absolutely. You don't need to be, you like, don't for a minute believe that they consider themselves like these virtuous heroes or whatever. If anything, they're fighting here, like they're heroically fighting heroism. No, no, that's being called a villain. That's what they are. A hero doesn't need these masks. You don't see us call ourselves anything, right? What are we? White well-being advocates at the end of the day. And we can openly say that in people's faces, and anyone with decent morals will say, yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool. But where's the brochure? you know what does an anti-white, can an anti-white do that? No. And it's actually the same as with Juicebergs. Juiceberg goes out into society and claims, starts, like, I don't know, ranting about Hitler or whatever it's going to be, and people spit on them, spit on their shadow. It's the same with anti-whites. Anti-whites are simply, a little bit more cunning than your average Juiceberg, but that's maybe here nor there to the discussion in and of itself. So again, no, we can, like, and I've been doing this. I have been calling anti-whites evil all the time. I use the terms interchangeably. It's like, oh, you're speaking about evil. Yeah, must be talking about anti-whites. Maybe one small addition: anti-nature, anti-life. These are two other terms that I also use with that. But if you hate nature, if you hate life, you also hate whites. you know, because if there is any race on this planet that cares about environment, that's us. There are other groups who might care too, but I like to think that, at least from as far as I know, IT is all about that and always has been. Um, and also the zest for life, heroism, you see that throughout our history. Doesn't mean other races don't, but it is really something that is a core to what we are as well. And you know, I think that is a fair claim. Uh, I think that is, yeah. I wanted to share that with you guys because yeah, at least that is my experience. That's how I see it. And don't give these people, like, yeah. And this is for you also, Cardia, but for everyone. And I used to think the same as you. It's like these people are trying. They want to do good, but they're misled. No, 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 no. They genuinely hate us. They come after the, our most innocent, which are our children. Someone who does that, or someone who's okay with that, someone who allows that, is evil through and through and through. And that is anti-whites in a nutshell. Because we know they do that in the hundreds of thousands of underage victims, and they laugh about that. These people know they're monsters, but they need to gaslight themselves and gaslight the entire planet so they can keep getting away with it. We cannot allow them to do that. And again, very simple, you confront them on it. And yeah, I uh, I would definitely say so, guys. It's like we may be flawed, but we are on, we do good. We want good to happen because we are here, because we want to build up the world. We want to see lives improved. We want to see societies functional and safe. We want virtue in the world. And for all, or let's say, our individual disagreements about that, the overall sentiment that is something we definitely all share. Ergo, in regards to the biospirit, I suppose, right? Even if we have like different spiritual creeds or political views or economic preferences, at the end of the day, what do we want? White well-being. What do they want? White ill-being, which comes with the ill-being for other races as well. We know that because they use non-whites as the willing non-whites as their shock troops. So yeah, someone like that, they'll always posture, they're always performative, and you just have to poke a hole through their mask and watch them flop around. If you do that, I have what can I say in addition to that? It's that they deserve no credit in regards to trying to make a better world. Because if that were true, let's say you have someone who has genuine complaints about our race, someone like that who means well, would never allow, for example, one of our children to get preyed upon, would never stand for a random white to be murdered or raped or whatever, because there is some criminal white on the other side of town. That makes no sense. That is again something that evil people do. That is something that sadists do solely because they enjoy the suffering of those that make them feel envious. And I see some guys want to talk, so I'll leave it at this point.
It's interesting you mentioned white well-being advocate, Blue Flame, because that's now that I'm retired from my profession. When I meet people in real life and they ask me what do I do, I tell them, well, now I do white well-being advocacy. And the nicest thing about doing it in the Go Free method is I don't have to hide any of it. I don't have to be embarrassed or shamed about it because it's such a moral position. I see some hands. I just want to briefly read in a couple of comments here. Ivan commented, MP, it's not about race. It's about good versus evil. MC, mean curative. It is about race. Our race. Anti-whiteism is evil, and opposition to anti-whiteism is good, which of course in this community we know perfectly well. And Fornell left a comment. People with meme pathogen infection often mistake the comfort of avoiding a white positive thought as empathy. Cardia?
Hey, okay, so maybe I should have been a little bit more clear with what I was trying to say. I definitely don't want to sound like I'm trying to validate the concept of good versus evil. There is truth to it, and that's why they use it, and that's why it's people can absorb it. But it is definitely, I completely agree that it's an abstraction 100%. Because how are you going to fight? Let's say you're liberal. Your sister is liberal. Like, how are you going to say, "Oh, she's evil"? You can't really do that. It's not really effective. That's why the concepts of anti-whiteism is a much better tool. And I completely agree with Blue Flame and how you would have a conversation with somebody on this. And convince an anti-white that hey, anti-whiteism isn't evil, and if you practice it, you are evil, and it will pull them out of their belief that they're a good person. But and also part of the way that this operates is they don't so much teach these people that they're these crusaders with these flaming swords of justice and all that, and they ride in on their white steeds and their knights in shining armor, whatever. They teach them to be these sort of anti-heroes. We've all seen that trope in Hollywood, that they have to use the darkness for good. So it actually helps to pull them further into darkness, teaches them to do very bad things that hurt their souls and and teaches them that, well, this is the reason why that you had to do all this crap is because of all these evil white Nazis everywhere. It's anti-whiteism is very much an evil spell that is being cast on good people, teaching them to thinking that doing an evil is a good thing, and especially doing it to their own people is moral and just. And I again, I like what Blue Flame said, which is, if you want to challenge these people, challenge these anti-whites in your daily life, you can, make sure that they understand what they are doing to their own people is evil. And I believe anti-whiteism, teaching these people about anti-whiteism it's a better tool to use to combat this. So thank you for that, Blue Flame. I appreciate it.
Mr. Hans?
On the topic of anti-whites who know that they are evil, I don't think that's the case necessarily. Before anti-whites encounter white well-being, they are the heroes in their story, which is the anti-white narrative. Now, they may not be able to articulate the fact that they believe whites are uniquely evil, but they definitely feel it. And the reason why they feel it is because they have this long history of lived experiences, emotional lived experiences in the anti-white narrative, in entertainment media. I mean, I have them in my life. I can think back about scenes in a movie that is that expresses one or more anti-white mean pathogens that I have to suppress from triggering when situations like that occur. So it's inside us. But what's happening with anti-whites is they have this feeling that we are evil. And normally when they are in conversations with people that are only vaguely aware of the psychological nature of anti-whiteism, they will not be challenged on that feeling because of the terms that white people use to defend against their anti-white attacks. The terms that white people use are the terms that the anti-whites gave them to defend themselves. This is terms like racist, terms like transphobe, misogynist. So this immediately puts the white person psychologically in the evil position. Or things like affirmative action. When white people defend against that and they use that term, or black empowerment or inclusion, then automatically they put themselves in the opposite position, which is exclusion, black this, this, the negative of the positive, and then the anti-white has the moral victory. But what happens when anti-whites encounter white well-being is they are now suddenly stripped of their moral posture and they feel uncomfortable because they are not used to it in the first place. In the second place, they can feel that they are immoral. They are taking the immoral position, but they don't necessarily understand why. So if you push them, then eventually, because they're not going to let go of their anti-white position, and then when they realize that they don't have arguments anymore, they will just own their evil. And if you think carefully, this is exactly what these Hitlerians, National Socialists, this is exactly what they do, because they don't have a moral defense. So if anti-whites push them, because these people reject our methods, so when anti-whites push them into a corner, they will eventually just own their evil. Okay, I'm evil now, but I still believe that Jews or whatever, blacks. So it's just you normally don't. The reason why we normally don't see anti-whites own the evil is because only when you use the lexicon, the white positive lexicon, will they be forced to do that. And that happens only when we are in the conversation. When it's other people in the conversation, that never happens. And another reason why it doesn't happen is smart anti-whites will just disengage. And they can disengage because they don't need to respond to us because we are small. Um, when someone with a large following challenges an anti-white, the anti-white has to respond because not responding is admitting. But when they don't respond to us, it doesn't admit anything. So they get away with that for now, but hopefully in the future that will change.
Mr. Biospirit.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that um, I came from the position of being an anti-white. So as we talk about this, I like to always point out that our people are redeemable. I was redeemable, and I was able to come to white well-being. And so if that's possible, it's possible for um, the others of our people who are so horribly infected with this pathogen. And I really appreciated that Cardia Nebula and Hans spoke to that in what they were saying. Because if we don't come at it from a perspective of redemption, then what are we talking about and what are we doing? I mean, if you're just going to identify anti-whites as evil and you're going to give them the label evil, then and then just leave it at that, we might as well just pack it in, because the only way to remedy that is to eradicate them, right? So you're right back at what the Juicebergs want to do, and that's not what we advocate. We advocate love, hope, and redemption, because it's possible and it happens. And if our people are given the tools of white well-being and the Go Free method in the amounts that are necessary, which, I mean, if you see how much of an amount of anti-whiteism they have been given over generations, it's going to take a lot, but we can do it. So I just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Very beautifully said, I believe. Mr. Blue Flame.
Um, there is a percentage of anti-whites that indeed can choose to redeem themselves. I'm not speaking about that. I'm speaking about the absolute psychopaths out there who will not stop, right? And they are out there too. That needs to be understood. There comes a point of no return. Speaking about those, as I said, those who prey on our children. I mean, what are you going to do with them? It's like, maybe this is a harsh point, and I do think that you guys, well, you know full well that it cannot be expected that that, for example, a rape gang can simply be let back into society, right? These anti-whites who do this. So, but I don't, I find it then a bit difficult to say that's like, okay, well, we're not gonna call them evil then, because they don't get a chance to redeem themselves. I won't believe that neither of, that anyone here would gainsay me on that either, right? So we can let's say that there is a percentage of anti-whites who can choose to redeem themselves. They were misled, right? They were raised to hate themselves, raised to hate whites. But when that moment came, when they figured out by bumping into us or whatever it might have been, that what they were doing is objectively wrong, objectively sickening, and then they stopped doing it. That is the turn they make on their own accord. But there are those who laugh when they come after us. Like as we see the ones who are celebrating Mr. Kurt's death all over. What do you do with that, right? It's not only about people who have been, because I think in this regard, it is worthwhile to look at ourselves, and agree with you on that, Biospirit, in regards to the introspection. Is everyone here also has been raised to hate him or herself, raised to see endless entertainment, I suppose, where with all these messages that tell us to keep our heads down, to just take it, to keep being punched, whatever it's going to be, keep being humiliated. And yet here we are to say, it's like, no, I don't go along with that. It is sick and it is twisted. Even if you have some of these pathogens that you carry with you, and we all do, or we all have to some degree, that when the moment comes, like let's say you've been raised your entire life to harm whites, and there comes this point in your life, all of this brainwashing, and you see like an opportunity to vent, the impulse put in you for harming someone else on the basis of being white, and then something inside of you just simply says, it's like, no, like with every fiber of their being, someone would want to do that, but still something stops them, right? There is also that. And I I think that also needs to be, I think that is still somewhat separate than from those who are genuinely irredeemable, sadistic psychopaths who come after us for the way we're born and enjoy the harm they cause, right? There needs to be, so in that regard, when you're dealing with someone as such, then I would definitely still stand by that you have to call them evil. Because otherwise, and you're right, maybe in the sense of if you call them all evil, then the only solution is, suppose, in the word that used, eradication or what have you. There are these types who live by the creed of that. What how shall one put it? There are types who live by the idea of that you're either master or slave, and they inflict that attitude upon us. And anti-whiteism gives them the means to vent that mindset, to vent that impulse or whatever it's going to be. And that is never going to, these are not people that are going to reason with you. No, it's like like how many more, we've seen plenty of examples as such. And we also need to be wary of that. Otherwise, we are going to get exactly the same situation as I see it. Let's say you have a judge for white well-being who goes with the attitude of 100% can be redeemed, so now I'm going to get the child molester free on the streets. Well, no, simply no. We know that, yeah, but yeah, you all know this too. So I'm a bit confused. It's like, why wouldn't you? And let those who want to redeem themselves. Fine, stop being an anti-white, and I can stop calling you evil. Simple as, right? Still have a path to go to redeem, to actually do redeem themselves, to set their wrongs right, maybe. But the ones who are hardcore into hating us for the way we're born, what else are you gonna do? What else are you gonna call them? But yeah, I'll leave it there, and I'll see what you guys want to say to that.
Well, I have to agree. There are certain hardcore anti-whites that can go right in a wood chipper. Patriot Blood is here. VV, the nameless one. Grace Smith, Lawrence, and Cindy Bin. Good to see all of you. for White Wellbeing, and Jay Bishop, and I are on YouTube. Good to see all of you. Mr. Hans, come on in.
I understand what Spirit is saying, but I think we have different um, definitions for what anti-white is. When I say anti-white, I implicitly mean someone who is irredeemably anti-white. Other people may make decisions that are anti-white, but they are still redeemable because everyone is infected with anti-white mean pathogens that will lead them to make decisions that have anti-white outcomes. So I think it's just because I wouldn't call someone anti-white that I think is doing an anti-white action or make a decision that has an anti-white outcome, unless I think that person is irredeemable in the sense that it doesn't justify me spending any time on trying to bring that person back from the brink, and I would rather spend it on someone that has the potential to go free. So I think are um, we are on the same page. It's just the semantics or the terms that we use.
Biospirit.
Yeah, I agree. The 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 people that you're talking about, as far as like someone who's a rapist or a child molester or a murderer or whatever, worse, when we recapture our destiny, are those types of people still going to exist? Yes, they've always existed throughout time. So are those people redeemable or worth redeeming? That I think that's where we get into the problems that we're at now, which is that we have as Jason puts it, the feminine way of handling things, the nursery room way of handling things, and oh, he was just misunderstood, or he had a hard life, so we should give him another try. Well, this guy who murdered the woman on the train had 14 second tries, and I think we're all in agreement that we're done with that mode. So, of course, I'm not talking about people like that. I am talking about, as Hans is saying, the people who are reachable, which is the vast majority of our people. We are a moral people. We are good people, and we have been poisoned. And so I am not willing to throw my family members in the wood chipper. They simply need the go free method. They need to find out what it is that has been poisoning them, just as I did. And that's what I'm talking about. If you want to, you can't equate that with someone who does a heinous crime. The people who do heinous crimes are heinous criminals and will be treated as such, or should be treated as such. They're not now in our current society, the way anti-whiteism has poisoned our justice system. But I hope that clears that up.
I want to read in a comment here, if I may. Grace comments, just wanted to add to the idea of good versus evil. I truly believe some people are evil and some are just a lost cause. Today at my office, we have received many calls from anti-whites expressing joy at Kirk's passing, and the congressman I work for has received death threats. We also received a call saying everyone at the office should look over their shoulders, and we are all on the list. Just totally evil. No words for that, really. Cardia?
Well, this is kind of the situation that these people put us in, is that we have to fight our own, and it's very sad. It's very depressing. But I kind of wanted to touch on that one more time about the good and evil conversation. It would be helpful. I don't know if it would be helpful. It's helpful for me to understand this, to kind of categorize anti-whites as, good and evil, obviously, or maybe something a little more simple, believer versus deceiver. You have good people who are led astray, which is the majority of us, who believe the anti-white narrative, who believe that they're doing good by harming white people. And then there's the deceivers. Part of this, in my belief, the main part of this mission is to present the counter narrative of the lexicon to our people to help unbrainwash them. Because without the army of believers, the deceivers don't really have that much power. Because deceivers, people who are evil, who are sadistic, real easy to tell them apart. Like they need to put good people in front of them, so that other good people can be convinced, can be put under the spell of anti-whiteism. I don't know how to finalize that, but that's kind of my belief. Is I think somebody pointed out Michael Tsarion. I remember paying attention to him years ago. I'm not an expert on him. I watched a few of his videos back in the early 2000s. I do remember that concept. I think, if I remember correctly, that concept of believer versus deceiver actually came from him, and it's kind of stuck with me over the years. And it's never really it's always been something that I can kind of look to try to determine, like, who you're dealing with. Like, a good person that's led astray, that's doing evil things, like the person slandering you on the job, is real easy to get along with up until they find out that you're not anti-white, and then they'll run a train on your reputation. Or the evil person that's skulking about the job, that just I don't know, follows you to the bathroom or something like that. So yeah, I guess I'll close on that. Thank you.
Mr. Hans.
So I saw, because I commented on that post by Lord Bibo about a blonde who lays on a bed, and then on the door there's this Black Lives Matter poster. And there's a community note on it now with photos on Instagram, and basically saying that this was a hoax. So it's just very interesting to me that this was not pushed by anti-whites. This was heavily pushed by the anti-blacks in our sphere, in the explicit white sympathetic sphere. So it just shows how what's the outcome that they were trying to achieve. They were trying to dehumanize Irina, and basically assassinate her character so that there is less sympathy. And given that they are supposed to be the anti-black movement, they're not interested in generating feelings of peoplehood and feelings of collective grief when one of our own is harmed. they want to nuke that. They want the attention on the black person who in this case was black, who did the victimization. And it's just one more demonstration that being anti-black or anti-Jewish almost guarantees that you don't care about the well-being of white people. I'm going to to put that in the space chat as well.
Yeah, I believe I brought that up the other day. Um, it's horrible, and we see that um, in many other kind of facets or along the same lines. We see that when our women of Western kind are injured, killed by a non-white, uh, well, they got what they voted for, or burn the coal, pay the toll kind of comments, which are again are completely disgusting. When people leave those kind of remarks, you know instantly that they're not pro-white. They're just anti-black or anti-Jewish or anti-whatever, anti-non-white. They don't give a living crap about us, Hans.
I mean, wasn't Hendrik Palmgren one of the people who pushed this? Um, so it's high-profile content creators in the explicit white sympathetic sphere that played along with this narrative, and that's just these people are not serious. Really, they are not serious. Someone like Henrik, he should realize what's the outcome going to be of this, and it doesn't matter if it's true or not. Why push that message? It's demoralizing to white men because to tell us that beautiful blonde women will always bet on black. This is garbage, and it's baggage, and it needs to get dropped.
I honestly can't say about Henrik. I don't follow a whole lot of his posts, so I can't say one way or the other. But I have seen many of the high-profile accounts doing that, and it's disgusting, and it irks me in a way that I can't describe. Mr. Blue Flame.
In regards to Red Eyes Radio, I mean, also they have had Jason. They have invited Jason as well, and I've I used to try to catch up on a lot of their early videos when it or podcasts when it was only Henrik, when Laura wasn't even necessarily around. Uh, a- and yeah, what was Red Eyes about back then? They were looking into history and some of the alien stuff or what have you. But it was, what everyone might think about that, it was fun, it was a bit weird, but okay, what have you. And it was genuine, it was passionate. And like I just said, right? So they, over the years, then they invited Jason a few times. So they gotten into contact with him and they're more than happy to have him around. I get the sense that between between Hendrik and Jason and Lana as well, it's all pretty good. I think that they, from what I understand, they get along well enough, I suppose, in what little regards they know each other. So you get introduced to white well-being, and then they don't apply it. But what I have also noticed with Red Eyes in general, what it seems to me is that at some point in time the monies started going in, and they have been under attack by anti-whites before. Not sure if anyone here ever heard of that, or if you remember, where their studio or something like that, or some account of theirs got taken down, and they were out of it for a while, for a good time. Well, good time for a bad time, I suppose. um so they have felt, they have experienced in how far anti-whites will go to ruin them, to ruin their lives. Lana has also been threatened by an anti-white face-to-face, more or less. And what I perceive is that some Duisburgs with money, they started, basically started, initially giving money to Red Eyes, right? And over time, they slowly creep in, spurging and telling and basically giving the two of them the choice of, well, if you want to keep getting this money, you're gonna have to start Duisburging. And I half expect that they're almost financially held captive by now by Duisburgs. I wouldn't put it past them at all. The ones who do this, right? Because they are desperate to have someone, toss them anything. And I guess that for Colette, it's somewhat of the same story. And many others know that as well. I think that's also one of the reasons why you don't hear so much about Jason, because in the first place they get to hear about in the first place it's they're not going to let Jason speak because the ones who give them the money tell them not to. And then in addition to that is, well, if white well-being, if the lexicon keeps spreading, then the Duisburging is going to die out. When Duisburging let's say that right now, I'm just tossing random numbers at it, right? But let's say you have us reaching maybe into 10% of the internet, whatever, right? And comparatively to that, you have the white negatives who have 90%, in outreach, in being seen, in being loud, in having more attention, whatever it's going to be, right? But we do not even need to come to a 50-50 radius here that white well-being becomes, something that people will happily take on and will apply, and they will see the results, and then it truly, goes all over the place, and then anti-whites can be called out. I mean, the Jew-spurging sphere is, I suppose, still somewhat considered dominant in that sense because it's been around so long. It's what people are more familiar with, and that, yeah, that is what they definitely fear in the work that we do. If let's say if we make it into another 20% into the internet from that, let's say 30%, that's quickly going to turn into, let's say, 80 to 90% for all we know, right? And then their game is going to be up. Like the yeah, I keep saying it, like these Duisburgs, they're desperately trying to keep us down, trying to convert us even. I mean, that Western Kind United creature, is one of those. But yeah, in the meantime, having that sort of, I do not even think they're that powerful or anything. It's just a play on perception, and yeah, having that money to do that, and people initially thinking, oh, we have a fan base that's building up, awesome. Slowly but surely, they have chains put around their legs and arms or what have you, financially speaking. And I've years ago I've tried something going on the internet myself, and this is something I had to contend with too. Like, it's not really worth speaking about because that was a project that I didn't do for very long. It was simply a tryout, but I didn't like it. But while I was going on with it, I had these weirdos come in, and very quickly, I was barely at it for a month. And it's a bit anecdotal, I suppose, but I would not be surprised that this is common practice. And these weirdos, so I was speaking on behalf of White Wellbeing, these weirdos, they show up. It's like, oh, yeah, you're the man, like trying to butter me up left, right, and center. And then at some point, then the certain questions come up, like, hey, wouldn't you want to get money out of this? And at the time, I wasn't even thinking about that yet. I figured it might be nice, but no, I'm still building, I'm still setting a foundation here, and that needs to come first because I have some integrity about me, or I like to think so at least. And I told him, it's like, no, no money, not directly. Okay, that didn't work out for them, and they very quickly lost their patience because it went from, when the carrot wasn't an option for them in their what they thought was the case with me, they immediately went for the stick. It's like, well, you need to start saying what we want to hear, and like, I'm not kidding you. That's basically a quote. Just these despicable creatures, without a face or a name on the internet, is going to tell yours truly. It's like, you guess what that was, right? And I told them to F off, to go shove it. And then then for the next 2 or 3 weeks, they did this petty campaign to downvote to downvote the works that I put on the internet. It didn't matter that it was about white well-being, by the way. The sole focus was on the well-being of our own. And they were still trying to take it down, trying to get me in trouble, whatever it was going to be. But yeah, this was a tiny project. Red Eyes Radio, for example, that is a life's work. We're all looking at, right? Like years into it, and yeah, I guess the point that I want to make is clear enough, I suppose. And if you then ask, so why are
Yeah, I mean, people like Henrik and Lana with their own media brand that's been going for over 10 years now. Excuse me, Red Eyes. That yeah, they're validated by their large following. I remember when they first lost their YouTube channel and everything, and when they reached out refers to anti-whiteism. I mean, he'll use the phrase anti-white with the hyphen in it, but I'm sure there's pieces of him using other words here and there. But they're so, like I said, it's hard to convince somebody with that type of following. It's almost like you have to reach their followers for them to change their mind. That validation that they get is really it's really hard to break. I guess that almost goes hand in hand too with when I brought up the conversation of the good versus evil conversation. They the what I was referring to in particular was it wasn't somebody. I didn't do a deep dive into these people's like profile or anything, but they seem to have been coming from more of a Christian perspective, which that's what my point was in the beginning. Is it's not something that we can't overcome. We can still plant these seeds of white well-being, but it's an enormous obstacle to try to overcome when Christians already have. That see Christians in the same way that Henrik and Lana are validated by their large following. Christians have all of Christianity, the religion itself, basically reaffirming their beliefs. So you're not really. It's going to be a hard it's going to be difficult to break people out of their belief of what good and evil is when when they have what they believe is backing them, but their religion is backing up what they believe. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, that's kind of where I was coming from in the beginning. But I guess it comes down to what you guys were saying too, where it's just like some people are unreachable. You just have to use the concepts and the principles the best you can, and if they're not receptive to them, then they might just be one of those people that you can't reach. So I guess that's all I had to say on that.
Yeah, I pointed out the problem with trying to use Christianity is that sometimes it's a substitute for, but Christianity very often is anti-white. I've mentioned many times, 94, 95% of Haitians, for example, are Christian, but they're Christians while they're practicing other religions and doing very non-Christian things. So the Christian morality brings up a lot of questions, which is why it's often not synonymous with white well-being. Cardia?
Geez, I'm actually trying to remember what I was going to say. You can come back to me if you want.
Well, sometimes that makes two of us, I assure you. I do keep a notepad here. I try to take notes as I go, but unfortunately, it doesn't always work. But speaking of Red Ice, I remember following them back when they had really decent content, and it is also disappointing for me to see kind of the direction they've gone in, which is more white negative and certainly not in keeping with how we do things here. Go ahead, Cardia.
Yeah, as soon as you mentioned them, it brought it back. Yeah, I actually had the opportunity to meet both of them. I think they're really nice people. They're family people. They're a lot more kind than they come across on their platforms. But I would say they definitely need the lexicon, 100%. But I think what Eindlin was saying is that they need to appeal to their audience. Definitely, if they've got spurgs in their audience, when they start using the lexicon, they might go, "Hey, you've got that Jason Kuna guy. You're talking to that's the stuff that he's talking about." And they might get some kind of mutiny or whatever, or there might just be, that's, like Jason said, it's a nuke. They might not be ready to drop yet. So, let's pray for them and hope that they eventually kind of come to white well-being 100%. That's all.
Yeah, that's, to be honest, that's one of the things one of my points of consternation about a lot of these bigger content creators, these guys with bigger followings, is that they could do so much good for white well-being, but they're more interested in keeping their audience than they are in helping out white people. I find that very annoying, because they just have to say it. They just have to pick it up. They just have to put it into practice, and they could make a huge difference. But they're more worried about their wallets. They are, at the end of the day, selfish individuals. Mr. Hans.
I listened to Martinez and Hermes on a stream today, a Rumble stream, and Martinez asked Hermes, because Hermes is sort of doing what Mark Dice is doing, where he interviews people on the street. So it's sort of real life reaction videos. And they started talking about the cranks in their audiences. And Hermes said, yes, you get these people, they just want to talk about Jews all day. And he remarked, very interestingly, he remarked on the audience of Nick Fuentes, where he said that if you just criticize even the slightest bit, the hero, Nick, then they come down like a ton of bricks. So, and he didn't understand how that worked, but it seems like he doesn't take them that seriously. But Martinez asked him, so because you get these genocidal cranks that will just poison the well wherever they go. They will change every conversation into the wood chipper or the oven. And Martinez asked him, so, but how do you deal with them? How do you get rid of them? And Hermes said, yes, well, I don't know. And that is what happens if you try to straddle white well-being and non-white ill-being, because the two audiences are very different. The non-white ill-being part of your audience, they are these genocidal cranks, and the only way to get rid of them is to relentlessly and uncompromisingly center the well-being of white people, and anyone that's not staying in that lane, you need to purge. But it was interesting that Hermes recognized the problem, but he had no idea how to resolve that.
One thing I'm very thankful for is that I am retired. I won't say I'm independently wealthy, but I don't need to make money off of this. In fact, this actually costs me money, a lot of the stuff I do. But I don't care, so I don't have to worry about keeping anybody happy. I do this because I think it's the right thing to do. Mr. Eindelen.
Yeah, so Hans brought up Fuentes, and yeah, I mean, I know I bring him up a lot too, and I try to pay attention to what he says because it's one of our biggest points of opposition. Um, on the topic of the Spurgs, though, it's really it's become such a poisonous aspect of social media that even people, I'm seeing people like Fuentes having to find ways to separate himself from these people as well. I didn't hear the quote or exactly what Matt Walsh had said, but apparently Matt Walsh had, after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, apparently Matt Walsh was basically advocating for physical violence, something along the sides, the idea of putting heads on pikes and stuff, crazy stuff for somebody like with his large of a following to say. And Fuentes, I guess it wasn't lost on him either. I mean, he was calling out these Spurs and stuff, and him directly using all types of. I mean, he definitely called him out. Like he called him like a faggot and all types of other stuff. So I don't. I mean, I know we're streaming to YouTube too, so I got to watch my language. I apologize, but it's just what he said, and I find it very I don't want to say it's funny, but to see him after all these years, he spoke to these people directly for so long, these Spurs and stuff, especially after he was deplatformed. I saw him make an audience out of these people, and now he's trying to find a way to separate himself even, and he's trying to broaden his audience into more non-white conservative groups, and it's very strange. Some of the stuff that he says is just parallel. Like it's so similar to what Jason says, and I've even heard him say some stuff that people in this community, besides Jason, I've only heard out of certain people, and I've heard him say similar things now, attaching his own message to, which is basically it's not advocating for white well-being. It's basically some type of advocating for Christian values and stuff, and it just basically replace a lot of our lexicon with Christianity, and you basically have Fuentes, but we know it comes from a place that isn't genuine. We've seen the stuff that he said over the years, and people have tried to assign the slur white supremacist to him. We've had this conversation before too, but it seems something that everybody's trying to separate themselves now from.
It's funny watching him go from schmuckery to cuckery. I've said it before. One thing I respect the living hell out of Jason for is the consistency of his message over the years has been like laser spot on, and I appreciate that. He doesn't change with the winds. He has the belief that he sticks to, and I can totally respect that. I don't really know what else to add to that. New Hampshire Patriot, if you're back, come on in.
Yeah, I didn't have anything really to say. I just happened to drop. I'm sorry.
No problem. Eindlin, might want to mute your mic.
Yeah, I don't know if you can
Mr.
hear me. I'm trying to.
Biosphere to the West.
Yes, hello. I don't have anything to add at this point, really. Sorry, I'm just kind of like a blank at the moment.
No problem. Ms. Gladiator, good to see you. Come on in. Boy, I'm batting 1,000 here. Mr. Blue Flame.
Aren't there a few hands up right now, or maybe it's glitching out again? You don't see any like Hans or Idle, and neither of them have their hands up, because it looks like that to me.
Nope. Miss Gladiator just put her hand up. We'll go back to her. Come on, English Gladiator.
Oh, it's not on. Oh, am I on now? Okay. I was catching bits and pieces. I'm busy today, but y'all was talking about the Christianity, and I just want to share an actual incident that took place to a local girl in my daughter's home church, actually. It's been years ago. It was before 2014, but they were on a mission in South Africa, and one of our girls from the community, she was living in South Africa, teaching students, and those African tribe animals did not want her teaching those kids. They came in one day after class and they raped this young girl. They raped her and they cut holes in her stomach so they all could have a turn with her. I just thought that was something that might need to be known in our community. This is an actual thing that happened. And I don't know do these Christians really believe that highly in God, their savior, to really sacrifice themselves like this? I don't know. Are they brainwashed? I just don't get it. I don't get it. That's all I wanted to share with y'all.
Well, Gladiator, once again, you see uh, certain things that we find in the West, our Western biosphere, aren't universally held beliefs. Uh, the value of life is not a universally held belief. The value of consent for sex isn't a universally held belief. And that's kind of the thing you see there with these Christian missions is they think everybody's just the same and we can go and spread what we believe to other people, and they reject that because it's not part of their biospirit. So while it's not a good thing from our perspective, in the grand scheme of things, you can almost understand it. Mr. Blue Flame, and then we'll go back to New Hampshire Patriot.
If I understand correctly, Gladiator, your question was also partially in that there are Christian subgroups who are of the belief that if I take it too far, let me know. I guess interrupt me if needed. Just trying to understand that what you're asking is, are there Christian subgroups who are of the belief that they are they are on this planet solely to die again, with the purpose of going to to be with their deity, their prophet, whatever it's going to be, and that if this is done through a torturous life, then it shows more of their conviction, hence it's more legit. They're more legit in their belief. Until then, I suppose death claims them. Is that what you're kind of asking? Because there is an aspect of that, but that has a lot to do with anti-whiteism again. At the end of the day, well, and like what else is an aspect of that there as well.
I'm just wondering if there's a hierarchy in all of this that's persuading our people to go over there. I don't know. I just thought I would share. I just thought it was something that y'all should know about. Since our whole purpose is no white. Our whole mission is the well-being of our people, and I just thought that y'all should know about that.
Well, I do think that most church groups have some sort of hierarchy. I mean, what is a pastor, right? That is someone that you listen to. I guess a nun is also like in a certain regard, I suppose, above your regular, let's say, worshiper, as that is a term they prefer to use commonly. I think that you have your nuns and they're there for guidance for girls or what have you, and then you have your pastors who are above that, and they are then like the leaders of masses and what have you. So in that regard, yeah, there is a hierarchy. I mean, what is a pope, right? or bishops and all of that. That is all, structuring and as far as going over there, I mean that's going on a mission, right? Missionaries and all that stuff. It's not really new. It's been going on for centuries, really. And yeah, most of those missionaries, they if they make it back, even then it's not always in one piece. But then they come back and it's like, oh, they survived and they suffered, and now their belief is more legit. That, I mean, yeah, that is recorded essentially.
I guess, well, my faith, I've lost faith in the church. My only faith I have now is in Chase and Kuna, to be honest with y'all, in the group. That's the only thing I have faith in anymore. It's white well-being, no white guilt, and the foundation for white well-being.
New Hampshire?
Yes, thank you for the mic. This is to kind of clear things up. The answer to Gladiator. So Christianity is tied into white well-being. It's deeply ingrained through generations and generations. And along with the Christian faith, you also it's not that you believe. Of course, Jesus Christ is the Almighty Savior, and if you haven't found Jesus Christ, I beg you, please, I beg you to please go
He
find.
cut out on me.
I'm sorry. If you don't
I'm
know,
not able to hear him.
hello.
Yeah, well, he's speaking and you're cutting him off. So hold on.
Can anybody hear? Can anybody else hear me?
I hear you, and I hear Gladiator.
Can you hear me?
I hear you just fine. Go ahead, Nate.
Yes, I can now.
Okay,
Sure.
all right. So where did I cut off for you, Gladiator? Please.
I don't even remember. I don't remember. Just
So
go ahead. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
so I advise you to find Jesus Christ because it is deeply ingrained in white well-being. Deeply, it is in our blood, our soul, everything. And the fact that this woman went to Africa, she didn't do it to go sacrifice herself. Maybe in a way, right? But it wasn't in the way this story comes out, and who knows the whole details, but we'll take your word. She went over there because not only Christians believe in this. As a Christian myself, I believe there's good in almost everybody. I Even though I know there isn't, but I believe there is, right? Just a little bit, right? And we want to also spread this kindness, and this again goes into our white well-being. We are empathetic, we are sympathetic, we care for people, we care for nature, we care for animals, we care, and that is our fault at this point. But I wouldn't just say she sacrificed herself for this. She did kind of sacrifice herself because she is giving her life to God to provide this service for somebody else to maybe help them, to maybe open their eyes to a better future, or something of that nature. But I just don't think that she sacrificed herself in the way that you're depicting. And if that's the way you feel, I'm sorry. I will pray for you. And if you like that or not, I still will. I'll land.
Well, thank you for that, brother. Mr. Hans.
Yes, I just wanted to speak to the missionary aspect of Christianity. It is something that anti-whites have effectively used to get white people to go and burn down their lives for non-white peoples. In the history of my people here in South Africa, missionaries have been a thorn in the side of the Boer people since they stepped onto this continent. One of the missionaries, the Battle of Blood River was instigated by a set of atrocities committed by non-white anti-whites. One of those atrocities was was witnessed by a white missionary, a white Christian missionary. And this bastard watched while they prepared the ground to um, attack and assassinate these Boers who came to negotiate for land. He watched them prepare for ambushing white people and impaling them on spears. And he said nothing. So this is the level of anti-whiteism of some of these missionaries. Don't be so some of them have this meme pathogen that they need to go and spread Christianity to non-white nations. And then what they will do is they will ignore their own people and go to places like Ethiopia, which is 95% Christian already. So if the country is 95% Christian, are there not enough Christians in that country to evangelize the other 5%? No, but the white people from countries like Sweden, who's maybe 5% Christian, will fly over the heads of white people and go to a far off country. Why? Because in the anti-white morality, it is immoral to care about the spiritual well-being of white people. So it's all anti-whiteism, and this anti-whiteism is not limited to Christianity. It is in all religions practiced by white people and in all institutions in our countries. So it's something that we have to deal with. And when we deal with that, this missionary business will stop, because we will inoculate all our people, including the Christian preachers, against anti-whiteism.
I guess I would only add that we know that so much of the church has been infected with anti-whiteism. We see these, well, gay women pastors. That's not Christianity as I believe in it as. That's doesn't even follow our Western civilizational norms of men being the leaders either. So I guess that would be the example I would bring up. New Hampshire?
Yes, I have nothing else to add, but I would just say, I do believe that the NGOs have infected these missionary projects. I know, in fact, the church I attend and have been attending for several years now, they were brainwashed. I don't say it out loud, but they were brainwashed into assisting this pastor in Haiti, which I believe is a scam. Um, Even though they are in a rough area and they are under communist rule and etc., but it's not to benefit. And I've even suggested benefiting the homeless in our area, and they like shunned me, and it's just weird. So I do agree to an extent that the church is corrupted to an extent, but let's all understand, in the Bible the church is what? The body, right? You yourself are the church, right? And you have your relationship with Jesus Christ. I'm not here to preach. I'm not here to persuade anybody or whatever. I just think it's just really deeply ingrained in our white well-being, especially in the West. Once we left Europe, I feel like the Christian religion was more, it was more Catholic in Europe. The whites were more Catholic. I don't agree with Catholics at all. Their religion is too strict, or a certain way. I just believe you should be able to have that free will, and if you fuck up, you can still be forgiven. Excuse my French. I'm sorry, uh, uh, but that's where I sit. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, hey, no fucking problem. To be honest, I was raised Catholic, And without really getting into a huge amount of detail, the idea of helping people in Africa and ignoring our own people here is what really turned me off. And at this point, I put race above everything else. I am a white man first and foremost. Anything else has to be secondary, and that's just how I roll. If it's not good for my people being Western kind, the people in my community, the people in my family, and the people in my race, that has to come first and foremost. Anything else is secondary. Eindelen.
And no, you guys made some great points, and for sure, white Christianity is pretty much it's really foundational to Western civilization.
No audio.
Can you not hear me? Can anybody else hear me?
I can hear.
I hear you.
Eindelen, and I can hear.
Yes,
Yeah.
we hear you.
I can hear it.
All right, I guess I'll keep.
All right. Well, I'm going to drop out and reset, and we'll just keep going on. Sorry about that.
It's no worries. So yeah, it's foundational to Western civilization. Whether you're Christian or not, it's something that you kind of have to face. I guess it's really kind of a matter of strategy from there. Is like and you do it differently, but like who do you reach between the shepherd and the flock? It would be nice if there was more white positive uh, church leaders, and because that would definitely help spread the message a lot easier. But I guess I'm also thinking how it goes hand in hand with what we were talking about earlier with the good versus evil conversation. There's so many Christians who don't make that connection. They don't understand that their version of white Christianity in the West is completely different, even within the United States. That we've talked about before, how because so many Christians believe that this is an attack on Christianity. What they would say their Christian morals and everything, they don't associate it with the fact that if you look at the black church or non-white churches, they're not under attack. They're doing just fine because people talk about how the Christianity's been taken out of the school system, and they're right. What they need to understand is that instead of these just being assigned to these morals and values being assigned to Christianity, they're Western morals and values. They go hand in hand. I guess it's just another one of those really difficult obstacles that like we were talking about earlier. Because when I was referencing that conversation, people were trying to defend white well-being against people that appeared to be Christian. As I said, I didn't go into like a deep dive into their profiles to see if they were politically minded at all, because they were coming from a stance of my Christian moral values. What you believe as far as white well-being or whatever is completely evil. So in comparison to what they believe, so it's difficult because it's a huge obstacle for us to try to overcome.
Thank you, Eindelen, and my apologies for the interruption. X has been X to the 10th degree today. Cardia?
Yeah, just my quick thoughts on that, just to simplify. The church is separate from the religion as far as I'm concerned. Follow the religion, read the Bible, get close with Christ, but forget about the church itself. It's going to lead you to situations like what Hans was talking about, or I'm sorry, what was it? Who was a gladiator was talking about. Yeah, the Bible. Bible stands for basic instructions before leaving Earth. So make sure you follow that one. Thanks.
I gotta say, I like that. That's pretty cool. Basic instructions before leaving Earth. I'm gonna have to write that one down. So while we're at it, I did have another, not really up in a jumbotron, but I think the only other topic I kind of had in mind for today, as we may close out a little bit earlier. I'm curious if you remember where you were on 9/11, who you were with, and what you were doing. I, of course, will never forget. I was with a old buddy of mine. We were a couple of old veterans sitting in a restaurant, actually, and there was a TV there when everything was going on. He had been out of the military for quite some time. I had only just ETS a couple of years earlier. So I remember thinking, oh boy, here we are. Am I going to get recalled? Kind of scared the shit out of me a little bit, in addition to, of course, being horrified at what was happening in America. So I'm going to pass this question first to Miss Gladiator. Do you remember on 9/11 who you were with, what you were doing, and where you were?
I believe I was at my mom's house visiting, and the TV was on, and the news flash came up of the airplanes. That's really all I remember, and just being in shock and awe.
Yeah, I was very, very much shocked. When the first plane hit, it was more of a wow, that's a lot of loss of life, and between the people on the airplane and, of course, in the building, and of course, I grew up in the era when they were built, and very famous uh, structures. They were the tallest at the time, tallest building in the world at the time. And then the second one hit, and of course, once the second one got hit, we knew instantly that it wasn't an accident, because that had to be on purpose. Me as a pilot, I was well aware of procedures, and one would have to be like a million to one shot, and then once the second one hit, it was very, very much in my mind that that's going to be deliberate. Mr. Biospirit of the West.
Yeah, I clearly remember I was making breakfast in my old house in Berkeley, and getting my dad up and about. I was taking care of my dad back then, and I had the radio on to listen to some music, and they broke in and were talking about what happened in New York, and I remember looking at my dad and saying, "Is this really happening?" And we went in and turned the TV on, and I will never forget that day.
Undoubtedly, I don't think any of us will, but I think for you too, being with your dad made it extra poignant. Mr. Blue Flame. Uh, Blue Flame?
Run there for a second. Did I miss something?
Passing the mic to you, sir. Are we glitching out? I guess I'll go over to Mr.
Testing.
Hans. Yeah, there you are, Mr. Blue Flame.
Well, if Hans wants to speak, it's fine with me. I'm not sure what's going on here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I'll speak and then you can go after me. So I remember this well because this was in a period where I worked 80 hours a week, and it was 7 p.m. I was still at work. It was 4 hours after the first plane hit that my brother phoned me. And he had to explain it a couple of times because I couldn't understand what he was saying. And I repeated what he was saying because the way you do when to get the person to correct you because you got something wrong. But he didn't correct me, and I repeated what he said, and he said yes. And but I didn't have a TV at. There wasn't a TV at work. Only when I got home, I got to see it. So, and that's interesting that I now think about it. This was 2001, and I mean, we had internet at work. It was a financial institution, but our internet was locked down. So, and I don't even know if the internet was at that stage, if you could, what's this kind of thing on the internet. But anyway, yes, when I got home, because I didn't really believe what he was saying. You can imagine, this is one voice of my brother, and he can, come out with some cranky things sometimes. So only when I got home, I, 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 you know, yeah, I then realized that this is going to this is going to be, an inflection point, of the direction that the US is going. Um, yeah, that was me.
To Biosphere of the West, our sister Jay Bishop wrote on YouTube, Brother Biospirit of the West, I felt your pain through my screen, and hugs and kisses, dear brother. I wanted to make sure that you got that message from her. And the same from I. So you're getting some support there too. Mr. Blue Flame.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have anything in particular to add right now. Still drawing a bit of a blank. There was something I wanted to mention, but what was it again? No, no, absolutely drawing a blank right now. It's a bit frustrating.
That's okay. We can keep passing it around. My friend, New Hampshire Patriot, the question goes to you. Do you
Yes, sir.
remember on 9/11?
Absolutely, quite vividly. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
I
sir.
can hear you.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, absolutely. I was working at a janitorial supply company. I just moved out here from Stockton, California in '99. and I ended up landing in this town in Massachusetts. I was dating a girl anyway from Massachusetts. Anyways, and I'm working in this warehouse where I was a shipper receiver, a packer. So we get these large orders for X amount of cases of blah blah blah, and then we got to individualize these pallets depending on stock. Anyways, all of a sudden over the intercom goes meeting in the office now. And now this is something that like never happened in the whole time I was there. I get in there and everybody's got a somber look on their face. And me being the clown that I am, most of the time, I like to make things light and make jokes. And I said, "Damn, who died?" The guy pointed at the screen, and that's where I saw that the first plane had already hit. Bad time for a joke. And while we're sitting there, then we're all talking about it and like, oh my God, is this a coincidence? Is this happenstance or whatever, just something just so happened. Then the second one hit. Now, not many of you guys know me, and most of you guys never will. I'm hardcore American, hardcore military. Never served, but I made some bad life choices, but I still love the military. So I always wear woodland camo camis back in the day. I've since grown, so there's hard to find in those sizes. Anyways, I just so happened to be wearing a pair of woodland camos, and I immediately left the room and dispatched any recruiter that I can get a hold of, and tried to enlist. A lot of them were scared because of my height and weight at the time. I'm 6'3". At the time, I think I was 250. I'm not your standard 250. I don't have a spare tire. I did construction 25 years, but nonetheless, that is what happened, and I still feel this to this day. And I honestly believe it was not a coincidence. I think it was planned, but we'll save that for another day. I'll end.
Yeah, it was definitely planned. We can argue motive. I don't think that that's really relevant to the conversation. I can relate a lot to the difficulty in finding such BDUs in my size, especially now. I am 6'4" and 270. They're not really equipped for me anymore. So I feel you
we
there.
share the same problems.
And I can totally relate to. I think we've all had a moment where we felt like a heel for perhaps making a joke at the wrong time, brother. It's happened to the best of us. I can think of many times I've actually done that. Mr. Blue Flame.
Oh, is that about the Twin Towers in the US? What the topic is right now, or did I miscomprehend that? I was just wondering there for a minute.
So I've thrown the question out. Do you remember where you were, who you were with, and what you were doing when they were hit?
When that happened, I mean the day itself. It wasn't the day itself, but when I found out, must have been the very next day or something. I still remember being with a one-time friend, just hanging out a little bit, and yeah, he had this new thing, this new thing that in the village here, and it was called a computer, and he was gonna show it off. I'm not even kidding. And yeah, he enjoyed showing off that thing. And yeah, sure enough, we were just looking up random nonsense, and then that yeah, the planes crashing into those towers came up. Actually, I didn't actually feel particularly emotional about it, contrary to most people. The only thing that went through my head was basically it's like someone is going to end up hurting for this. Like that is the very I still remember myself thinking that at the time. It's like someone's gonna be hurting for this. It's like no doubt about it. Um, but that was kind of I would say for me it was interesting because I always had that sort of, yeah, I guess a certain sense about the West. Well, even it was a little bit abstract at the time. Always a sense thereof of like, ooh, I mean, I'm not from the US at all, right? But even I had something like, yeah, now you, someone touched something that they shouldn't have. In that, as if it was, something being kicked over in my own front yard, so to speak. That was a little bit my reaction to it. Uh, you know, but yeah, not much else I can add to that in particular. Actually, it's I wasn't particularly emotional about it compared to what I saw with many. I mean, I think there are still some people in it who, when you mention it to them, that they are in some sort of shock about it. It's like, yeah, I don't know why that is, and like, I mean, if that is what you respond as, then that's that, right? But that's something I never really understood myself. But then I've always been of the mindset of like, well, yeah, if someone comes to harm you, then you know you deal. Yeah, if someone punches you, you give two punches back. One one because they punched you, and the second so they'll remember. But that's me. I mean, yeah, and then not a whole lot of panic or anything, not at all even. But yeah. And then you end up hearing about Bin Laden and all these characters over the next few years. Yeah, right. I do end up wondering, even up until today, though. Yeah, in a certain sense, in a general sense, of like, why do I know all of that stuff? And maybe some of you have felt that too, or have thought that as well. It's like, why do I know all of this stuff? I'm like some white man or white woman from like some quiet corner of Europe or whatever. Like, why do I need to hear about any of this? I should know more about and then insert anything that should actually be more relevant to our lives or to our culture, right? But yeah, that's where I'm at when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. But you're not here in America, so it stands to reason you wouldn't necessarily feel the same. I think for us, many of us, I kind of imagine it was like that, how the sentiment felt in Pearl Harbor. What I remember most vividly, though, was the weeks afterwards. That there was a tremendous feeling of unity here in America. Like the level of patriotism went through the roof. And I'm sure all of us who are old enough to have gone through that remember that part probably as much as anything else. The weeks after were insane. You couldn't go 2 feet without seeing an American flag. And part of the reason I brought this whole thing up, of course, is apart from the fact that it is 9/11. It's the 26th anniversary, if I remember correctly, or 24th. Um, I would love to see that sense of unity among white people. Imagine how powerful we could be as Western kind if we had that same sense of unity and togetherness that we had post 9/11. Miss Dallas, come on in. Good to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, I to what you just said, absolutely I remember that where there was such a unity and it I mean I don't know how long it lasted. Obviously, that's human nature. people, as time goes by, people get back into their own, selfish individualism, I guess. And but yeah, I never had been so patriotic as right after that. And I do see some of that in conversations even that I had earlier today and yesterday regarding Charlie Kirk, and just I absolutely see this as a biblical time, and spiritual things are at work, and this is absolutely going to explode in their face. And what the enemy meant for harm will be used for good. And even though sometimes it takes years for things to manifest, but I think there's some momentum that does parallel what you were just talking about. And it's spiritual, it's powerful, and obviously I am fixated on our well-being. So whatever I can do, I'll do it. And as far as that day, of course, I totally remember it. And I was pretty new in sobriety at the time, and too naive to fully understand the implications of what happened, as far as what was really at work at the time. But I do remember I was in Oklahoma at the time. I was living in Oklahoma, and I was with my ex, and I was in the other room, and I just remember he said, "You got to come out here and see this," and he showed me, and it was sort of shocking, and I don't think it really hit me until the two things that stick out in my mind was the images of people jumping out of buildings to try to save themselves, which is not a thing you think of in normal life, normal, whatever that is. And the thing that really got to me, I think when it really hit me, and obviously, as someone already said, everything completely changed after that. I remember everything, just the attitude and of people, and media, comedy changed, humor changed. I think a lot of naivete was ripped away. But I remember driving, and I heard on the radio, they played this song, and I don't know if it's called this, but I'm sure you know it, but it's old. But it's in a New York Minute. And it's just, you realize that nothing would ever be the same again. And I hate thinking about it because it always makes me emotional, but at the same time, it's somewhat cathartic. Sorry, my voice is ridiculous, but I definitely remember that driving. And the unity after that. And I really sincerely hope and pray, and I have some planned prayer meetings today, which I do every week, but we're doing more. I really, we're at this point where things can be truly used for good in magnificent ways. And it's kind of now or never. It's our time. And that's that. That's how I see it. And one last thing is I feel like, and especially yesterday after I heard about Charlie, I was kind of, as many, just sort of stunned. And because as soon as I heard the news, I was praying. I was at work, and and then I heard that he didn't make it. And that was like, for some reason, I had this idea that I'm sure it's just natural shock, but I I just assumed he would be okay. It's just maybe it's a childish thing, but I was just like, anyway, it's still hard to believe, but I was very discombobulated for a minute, but I just immediately, I feel like we're stunned, we're knocked down, but we're not knocked out. And this is a time of, through this grief, there's going to be great things that emerge from it. And anyway, this is a lot of things, sorry, but I do love you guys so much. And I don't know, there's something about hearing your voices that's just so beautiful. I'm just so grateful. It's so much more than just seeing your words, even though I love seeing your words. And every time you guys come to my defense online, I'm just like, oh, I love him so much. Oh, I love her so much. That's having a people. I get it. So just know I love you.
Well, first, Dallas, you know that we love you too. You can believe that. That feeling of things are never going to be the same. That's a good way to describe kind of how I felt. I was also angry, very angry. It's particularly when the images, as you mentioned, of the jumpers started coming through. Uh, all the ones that I saw were white people. They were our brothers and sisters in Western kind who were trying to escape being burned to death. They had no other options, and it's how do you even calculate that? How you can't even imagine being in that position of having to choose. You're dead either way. Do you want to die a quick, sudden impact, or do you want to burn to death? I can't even imagine having to make that choice. That made me so angry um, that they were put in that position. And I think that that's probably one of the defining moments in me in my involvement kind of in this white sphere where I decided I had to do a whole lot more. I had been involved in some manner or other before that, as I've said many times. I've been doing this for since the 80s, like 1983ish. But that was certainly one of the defining moments in ending. I didn't call it anti-whiteism, but I knew there was something. There was definitely an us versus them, and I also understood. I think that blind rage would do me no good. Righteous anger and directing that where it needed to go um, would be a lot more productive. Good afternoon, Mr. Nameless One. Come on in.
Well, I'm very moved by all of what you said and what you were just saying, Dallas. The familyhood. Now we've been knocked, but not knocked out. It's very kind words. Thank you. Um, yeah. Unfortunately, I did the math. I must have been in first grade when 9/11 happened. Uh, I guess my parents didn't care to burden me with what had happened. We, the students, weren't talking about it until closer to middle school. I remember, we might get into a conversation with a teacher like about 9/11 or Columbine, but I this was like when I was in like fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh grade or something. That I remember us discussing things like that, but it just sounds y'all sound like such good people. The way y'all were moved by it, it's just like it's like there's something missing for me. Like something in my development that I wasn't there for all the seriousness, and the shared fear by Americans, the shared sense that we should all display our American flags and resist this terror upon us wherever it's coming from. It's just very moving testimonials from you all. I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know, but where I was, I just somehow it passed me by until like later in life when you know I uh, I got a lot of information from the internet, um, and I. I was very moved by the death of Charlie Kirk, though. I do remember yesterday, I was feeling overwhelmed by several deaths. I can't remember the names, but there's always it's a child's death anniversary from an anti-white terroristic attack. Our men, women, and children, our elders. I'm watching us die all over Twitter, and so I'd gotten home with some drink, and it was just gonna be kind of a screw it night, and yeah, I'm seeing on Twitter and uh, on the Red Ice channel. I remember, I think it was Lana who broke the news to me, or was breaking the news to us. Those of anyway, um, it's I'm pretty sure Jason has uh, said a lot that Charlie Kirk is a cuck, and I I knew what he meant when he was saying that, like not necessarily that that he's a lost cause, like for sure a gatekeeper to just keep the money rolling like a lot of selfish individual. I don't think he was necessarily saying that, just you know the the rate at which he would say something like anti-white, it just we couldn't have expected of him what we can expect of the community and the Go Free movement and Jason. And so I kept up with hardly any of his work. I knew about him, clips Jason would show us, and I s- I didn't ever think he was a bad guy. It is surprising that he was so targeted to me. But I knew why he was targeted just when I heard about it. So I knew it's because he's a white man who is in any way, to any degree, resisting anti whiteism, calling it anti white from time to time, and, just even representing our bias spirit in any context or degree, which he does. Just that representation, that's why he was shot. And, it just, it was a whole big, great big amount of weight being dropped upon this weight I was already feeling. I'm already feeling that we're dying every day and that it's virtually hopeless, no matter how possible it is to still fight back. Like there's just the constant in my face, just anti white air, and I'm probably describing it a little poorly, but I don't want to take up too much of the time. I've also gathered we have a petition online, perhaps pertaining to justice for Irina Zarutska. And, I would like to be a part of that however I can. If anyone can tell me where to go and do my part, that'd be awesome. But these being in white well-being and like Trump getting shot or the death of Charlie Kirk, these are not light matters to me. This is the closest to that sense of solidarity I'll probably have. I was a child. Nobody wanted to burden me with 9/11. I just, but I am with you all. And it's like Dallas said. It's a great big knocking down. It's we're still here. I just I wanted to I guess elaborate on that a little bit, and also to just just show my appreciation that I'm here with you all, and try to get in on that petition too. And that's all. I'm sorry if I took too long.
No, I mean, that's all fair enough. I fully understand that not everybody experienced it the same way or was the same age. Uh, I'm old enough to remember JFK getting shot, and I reckon most of the people in this group probably aren't. In terms of the petition, I can tell you, I'm pretty sure Eindelen has it pinned on his profile. You can double check with him. It should be underneath Jason's Foundation for White Wellbeing statement. Eindelen, go ahead.
Yeah, so I pinned a message that I left under Jason's mission statement, but I did repost. Jason had reposted the actual direct link to the petition, and both of those would be on my profile. But it's also it was started by Biospirit of the West, so I'm pretty sure if you couldn't find it through mine, it would also be found through his. It's kind of scattered around, but yeah, it's on change.org. And last I checked, it was up to 62 signatures this morning, so that's great. There's a statement that goes along with it on the website, but it kind of evolves as it gains more signatures. It's pretty cool to see. But yeah, I would definitely recommend, if anybody hadn't signed it yet, this is the time to stand up for your brothers and sisters, our victims of anti-white terrorism. Yeah, it'll probably be going for a little while. There is an option also that you don't have to contribute money to it, but there's a couple payment options that when you put some money towards it, it's supposed to help spread it around. So I guess any little bit helps. So it's the perfect time if anybody's sick of being a bystander, to stand up and kind of be counted as somebody that wants to make a difference. I think this is how it happened. So I definitely appreciate Biospirit of the West for starting that petition, because I'm really conversation is one thing to have, which we see all over the social media, but this is the only thing that I've seen where somebody's actually doing something about it so far. And the intended purpose is to gain enough signatures that once it's brought to the attention of Trump and his administration, that they'll see the statement behind it and acknowledge what we're doing. So I can't put any of the words in. I can't do it justice. You'll have to read the statement for yourself, but it's there. But yeah, and if I could, as far as 9/11 goes, I remember being in history class, which is just kind of weird to. That's where I was when history was literally unfolding. But I was a kid at the time, so it was yeah. It had an impact on my life, but at that time, being so young, it's like you just really don't you don't quite grasp it. But I did have a feeling of something just wasn't quite right. I remember we left school and going home and standing out in the middle of the street with all my friends in the neighborhood, and we were just kind of looking up at the sky. Everything was completely just dead silent. It was it's a very strange feeling, and just kind of waiting on something that we couldn't quite identify. But I remember that just kind of woke up the patriotic spirit in the United States. It was and still to this day, I have a local fire department it's a pretty big department, but every year on September 11th, they place flags, and it's just beautiful to see. You can kind of you don't have to agree with everything we do as a country, but to see a display like that, it just does something to you. It's just like it definitely it does something to you on a spiritual level for sure. So they still do that every year. It's still a day where we're reminded of just how lucky we are for the freedoms that we have. I guess sometimes we can still take them for granted, but yeah, that's kind of what I get from it. But I had something else too, but. Yeah, I mean, and you guys kind of mentioned as well, like one thing that it was a major difference was it started they call it the 9/11 truth community, I guess, but it's really it was the beginning of a lot of people just understanding that the truth isn't always what it seems, and people have pursued relentlessly the truth behind 9/11, and you'll hear every conspiracy theory that you could possibly imagine. Some stuff is so off the wall that it's yeah, I mean, like I said, you'll hear everything from conspiracy to aliens, but definitely I appreciate that's kind of where it really started for me as far as like looking into stuff, like looking beyond the surface and knowing that things aren't quite right. We ended up with the Bush administration put out the 9/11 Commission report, which was even as when it was first released, everybody knows that there was something crazy like 40 pages redacted from it, and it's just that was supposed to be what the to satisfy everybody's desire to know what the truth was behind that day, and it was pretty much bullshit. So it was really a wake up call for a lot of people. I think that's the biggest takeaway for me. It was a really like a shift in consciousness. Still to this day, people are investigating the truth. So yeah, that's all I had to say on that.
Well, I appreciate the dropping more info about her petition. Um, I'm going to go to Biospirit. Do you have anything else to add in regards to the petition?
If people want to go to my X account, it is in my highlights. There's a link there. And the only thing that I want to add about the petition is that when I created it, I was remembering when that one of those Indian truck drivers had just murdered several of our people, and the Indians got one of these petitions up within hours, and they had 2 million signatures in less than a day. That was for a scumbag who murdered our people. So I thought that if we did a petition asking for justice for one of our people, that maybe we could get, I don't know, a few people, but I look at it today, and then there's 62 people have signed it. And it is a testimony to the fact that we are not a people. And if the Indians can garner 2 million signatures for someone who doesn't deserve any recognition whatsoever, and our people can barely do 62 signatures in a couple of days, it worries me terribly. So that's the only other thing I want to say about that. And I hope it does continue to grow. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I honestly am irritated at the dismal response. I'm going to drop it in some places. There's a content creator Slack channel I'm going to drop it in, and hopefully I can get them to pick it up and run with it. If some guilty scumbag who murdered 3 of our people doing something stupid on a highway can get 2 million signatures, if we were a proper people, we would have millions and millions of signatures, 10, 20, 30, 40 million. And the fact that we don't, I find irritating. Mr. Eindel.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciate both of you saying that. I didn't want to quite say that because I really do. I appreciate Biospirit's effort in making that. But yeah, the fact that we can't get more signatures, it's like, don't ever fucking come to us talking about solutions again if you don't put your name to that. For real. I hate that because so many people talk about we're not doing anything. We get criticism. People talk about they want to stand up and do something. Well, put your name to that. Put your name to that petition. I mean, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Don't tell me you're pro-white if you're not willing to pass around this petition. Mr. Hans.
This reminds me of an End Wokeness post I saw the last day, where a post that celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk had something in excess of 200,000 likes. And I think Matt Walsh commented on that, and he said, and someone mentioned the fact that Matt Walsh was calling for heads on pikes. And his thought process behind that was that these cranks that are so deranged that they would celebrate the murder of Charlie Kirk, we think of them as a fringe group. And Matt Walsh made the argument that this is absolutely not a fringe group. A post that gets 200,000 likes, that's not views, it's likes. That's not fringe. This is a serious problem.
Very well said, Hans. Yeah, we're not dealing with a couple of cranks. This anti-whiteism is a real mainstream problem. You know, we sat here yesterday in the shade tree. My good brother Eindel hosted, and we were here when Charlie was assassinated. This should be a defining moment and lead to that feeling of unity, that righteous unity that we had after 9/11. When I saw that the petition only got up to a little over 60, it pissed me the fuck off. Jesus Christ. How the fuck can white people anywhere not realize that we're being murdered? Don't you get it? You want to sit there on the internet and run your mouth about blacks and Jews. We're being fucking injured. We're being killed. You can't take 2 goddamn seconds to sign a fucking petition? Give me a fucking break. Do you even want the white race to survive? Do you give a shit? Fuck me. Come on in, Dallas.
Yeah, totally. Every word you just said, absolutely righteous anger. I had a thought, and it's stupid that I even have to say this, but I'm just wondering, thinking about the way people are, if on the petition, instead of that gorgeous picture of her, right, looking beautiful, inspiring envy, instead to put that picture of her, you know, that awful picture right after, where she's looking up in shock and surprise and terror. Maybe that, maybe the other one. We've all seen them. Just saying, because think about it. Not that we're gonna inspire hardcore anti-whites to sign it. It's not that, but just those pictures hit you, right? And the whole basis of anti-whiteism is that we're dehumanized, right? And so I don't, like I said, I resent even having to say this. It's so fucked up, but she's so beautiful. We shouldn't show that. We should show those other ones. Just saying, I don't know, because that couldn't be more humanizing. And because if that doesn't move someone, nothing will. And those people who won't be moved, fuck them. But that terror, because I see the comments, and those pictures inspired people saying things like we say, like things like that could be me, that could be my sister. You know what I mean? Just a thought.
How can I put this? That picture of Irina in shock and surprise. I wonder how many people appreciate that photo for what it is. Because when that frame, okay, when that frame was captured, she had already had her throat slashed 3 times. She was already as good as dead. And she didn't even know it yet. I can't tell you how much that angers me to see that little girl jumping in fear and shock and knowing she's already dead. She's already been slashed. She's already irreparably, irretrievably dead at that point. And she doesn't even know it. Sitting there wondering, what did I do? As she's fucking dying. And the only thing she's guilty of is the same thing we're all guilty of, being born white. Blue flame.
Is this working? I suppose in part what I also think has a lot to do with this is the intimidation factor, you know? And I again, you know, from my perspective, it's just sad. It really is sad. Because there are plenty of people who are absolutely enraged about this. But at the same time, I think there is also a whole lot of fear, and I suppose that selfish individualism might actually be a big player into this, because to be scared in and of itself, that is normal. But you have the choice, when you feel afraid, the choice is always to give in to it and be a coward, I suppose, or to um yeah, to choose to be brave and do what needs to doing because it's right. Unfortunately, a lot of selfish individualists out there, they don't want to be the next one who gets stabbed in the train station or whatever, but they at the same time also don't want to risk anything, or they don't want to take on, that the quote unquote burden of standing up for us. Um, I also, maybe real quick, in addition to all of this, is that bear in mind, guys, the bots stuff is still ongoing as well. The shadow banning is still ongoing. I'm not saying that as a means to discourage. Quite on the contrary, I'm just saying that is always something we have to have in the back of our heads a tiny bit. There's a lot of people who simply not do not get to see that. What we post out. Whereas at the same time, we know if something is anti-white, there's going to be artificial boosting as well. So, and again, it's also not to underestimate how far anti-whiteism is, contaminating the West. I'm not talking that it is a danger. It is something that needs to go. We all understand this. Uh, it is sick, twisted, psychotic, well, evil. Um, but yeah, bear in mind that there is always more that comes with that as well, on the web, with all the suppression and what have you. So, I mean, yeah, like I'm just presenting like two avenues here by which it is that could explain that you, instead of 6,000 you or 6 million, whatever, you only get 60. Uh, Try not to let those numbers get to you too much either, is what I would recommend, because it's all ones and zeros at the end of the day in that sense. Um, yeah, I guess that it's just good to have in the back of one's head, I guess. Other than that, yeah. It's there is also an amount of people who have, I suppose it's it's a meme pathogen all on its own, I suppose. It's these holy weird physics, if that's what you can call it, that a lot of people have grown up with and have come to accept as something of a norm, or like in a video game. Some guy chops you in the leg with his sword in a video game, and the character simply keeps on going, and then I guess a lot of people, or in the movies, some dudes can fight off like six other guys like it's nothing, like that. That's all. Yeah, that's all make believe. That's all nonsense. The few occasions that happens in the real world, someone has been very extremely lucky, and that's that. Um, yeah, maybe that's part of it too. Why the empathy seems so lacking. When we're speaking about the physical pain, and what have you, the shock, like her adrenaline must have gone through the roof that she didn't feel a thing. Uh, like I saw the clip and she responded only when she noticed that she was bleeding. Like she must have felt wetness on her neck, and but yeah, by then it was already a few more seconds in, and she was already down on the floor after that. She just passed out, and that was it. Um, yeah, all of these things have a certain contributing factor in all of that, right? So, and then on top of that, of course, the demonization of us, of our people. Yeah, it's one hell of a combo. brewed up from the worst minds that this poor planet has walking around on it. Yeah. I definitely simply want to bring it up because don't let it get to you too much in and of itself. The wariness that has been shown so far is like you're on point there, absolutely. And it's only right to be angry about this. But again, when it comes to electronical numbers and what have you, bear in mind, it's not always as straightforward of showing it out there and then everyone seeing it or not. Yeah. See, some others want to say something too, so I'll leave it here for now.
I'll say hello to Dan and Hyperborean Dream on YouTube. I just brought up in the Jumbotron Janice, our good friend. Good to see you. Ebo Kane is here. Robert is here. Large police presence after reports of shots fired at UMass Boston. The shit's never going to end until we take our homelands back from anti-whiteism. It's just non-fucking stop. Mr. Biospirit.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that I heard what Dallas said, her suggestion, and I did think about that. However, for me, that particular photo of her when she's been attacked, I just can't use things like that. It's to me that is the most private moment of her life when she was the most vulnerable, and I just can't use that and put that out there in the world. It to me it is the most, as I said, it's the most private thing in the world, and I look away when I see that. It's I I felt it was better to show her as she was, and it's like I'll give you a comparison of the the photos that are being used of Charlie Kirk, showing him with his wife and his children. I find those very, very moving. And are those any less moving than, or more moving, or the same moving? But if people were using a clip shot of when the bullet hit him and the blood was squirting out, or his chair is going backwards in his last moments, I just don't know that's appropriate. So I get it. I know, I understand why people use it, because people will look at it, but I just didn't want to go there. But I understand what you were saying.
Biospirit, let me just tell you, I fully agree with your position on this. 100%. Cardia Nebula.
Yeah, I just wanted to add real quick. I agree with everybody that it's absolutely despicable that we're not getting very many signatures on the petition. It's kind of indicative of the our lack of reach. I'm basically completely fucking invisible on here. If I get likes from other people, it's usually accounts, like new accounts that have like 80 posts or something like that. I did just look it up, and there is a change.org petition for Arena, but it's, again, compared to the 2 million for that truck driver, this is only at 1,600 signatures, so it's still pretty pathetic. If anybody wants to jump on the change.org thing there, it's up. So very depressing.
Yeah, it is. And I do thank you for bringing up the other one. I wasn't even aware there was another one, which I guess tells you how well it's being circulated. You know, Mr. Nameless.
Well, I'm hoping I've filled out exactly the petition y'all are talking about. I posted it in the comments if that's the right one. And there was an additional petition I had found to remove the judge who had let DeCarlos out on bail so much. And, yeah, I definitely encourage people to take part. I hope that's the right one. Biospirit, to see yours, you would have to unblock me, which I don't blame you for having blocked me in the least. I had really pushed you at the time, and like everyone, as far as I'm concerned, um, I had really pushed you all. So, like, I still agree with the things you did. But yeah, I'm afraid I don't have access to your page anymore, and well, that sucks. I wish it were different. Maybe in time, I don't know. I yeah, the I agree with what you said also about the death is very sacred, isn't it? It's a sacred time that you're dying, and I can, back to what perhaps, yeah, I believe you Tree Godfather said, like, how can you not just feel her situation when you see it? To me, it's very real. It's very, you know, it's very real. Not only that could be me, but well, it was us. That's what I need people to know. You know, it it bothers the hell out of me that our our Vegs and our people who are only anti-white to a degree, not like the seriously savage kind of anti-white that shoots you on your university, you know, um, but like that this just it's not really happening because it didn't happen to one's own self. But that even when I was my most anti-white in life, I wasn't like that. Um, I There was a time when I believed it's unfortunate that the world is ruled by whites, and that I'd be living a much more natural life where white's not on the earth. There was a time when I believed that, and I still didn't have the selfish individualism to just not care because it wasn't happening to me. Didn't have that towards whites included, if that needs mentioned, because yeah, I so like, what is a vague's excuse? What is a vague's excuse that they can't even concede that this really is happening and this really is a serious issue? That that pisses me way off. And you know there is yeah, the I don't think I'm with Biospirit in that we shouldn't abuse the scene of someone's death. I I I can't say for sure that we should have no access to see it, but you know, the I don't really feel right about it being pushed too often and too hard. The I know that when you die, your brain is probably releasing so much of this powerful chemical DMT, and to just be transitioning into the afterlife that way, to know that you were killed or to not know that you were killed. I mean, that's a horrifying idea too, if she didn't know she was dying. But either way, like, to me, death is very real. Every day, I want to prepare for uh, being all right when I die, even though I don't believe there's any real caring God other than some piece of our soul we're supposed to get back to, that is like immense and indescribable. I believe in like an inner God, but like a lot of the time I'll say that there is truly no God. Um, every day I want to know that I'm doing what's right in my life path, to where I'll have served my purpose by the time I get killed. Or, I mean, I'm not saying I'll get killed, but just I can't. I can try, but it doesn't seem imaginable. Just the experience of knowing. But like you said, to you, it didn't look like she even knew she was dying. But you know, uh, I think at first watching it, I wanted to have the hope she'd live. It's just, it's very real. It's certainly not for playing with. It's certainly not something. You want to abuse the portrayal of. I. But it hits me too. I felt very serious about what I had seen, and yeah, it's just wild to me. It's wild to me that other people are having to make this transition into the afterlife that way, and like, I feel like it'd be better if it were me, you know, or something. Yeah.
I agree, Nameless. Vagues will not care. They don't understand how much we're under attack by anti-whites. They need to. They need to appreciate it. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Harm to a white person anywhere is harm to white people everywhere. I see her getting murdered, and it bothers me, not because I know her, not because we share some border that we were born in, but she's a daughter of the West. She's one of us. Seeing her get attacked is seeing all of us get attacked. And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of seeing our women raped and butchered by anti-whites. I'm tired of seeing our men get shot in the neck just sitting there having a fucking conversation. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, and it's preventable if people would quit fucking around and become a people. It's not that hard. Jay Bishop posted on YouTube that it is now up to 70 signatures, Mr. Biospirit, and she wanted you to know that. I hope to see it to 7 million. Probably not going to happen, but I can hope, can I? I'm going to do my best to spread it around as much as I can. And I ask that everybody here do the same thing. Good afternoon, White Dragon. Good to see you. Good afternoon, Julia. Good to see you as well, sister. Miss Dallas, come on in.
Thanks. Yeah, just to be totally clear, I I agree with you. I think it's horrific. I'm sorry that I saw these images, but that's just where we are, and I'm just so fed up with people's apathy. You know, like you guys were saying, the vagues, and just this attitude of like, well, gosh, glad if it wasn't me, kind of that whole thing, and I just can't really get past the it's just the dehumanization, you know, like those people sitting there watching, not doing anything. So I'm sorry if that was an offensive suggestion. Seriously, what I really wish is that we had access to some pictures, like he was saying with Charlie, like some beautiful, you know, where she's walking her dog, you know. But I'm sure her social media is probably gone. But that would, I just want to shake people out of their anti-white apathy, and it was just a thought, because things that are horrific sometimes shake people up. And anyway, yeah, and I just also wanted to say to Nameless, just and everyone and myself, just I just want to send encouragement to, because to him and to all of us, because I know it looks grim, and but I just it it's and I know not any of you are saying you're wanting to quit this fight or anything like that. I'm not implying that, but I just I just know that there is hope. I maybe it's not logical, but maybe it's just something I feel deep in my gut. And it doesn't and it doesn't matter. Like you know, Jason always says how it doesn't take all of us, it just takes this percentage of us. And we know that, and I find that helpful to remind myself that. um yeah, so anyway, but I just wanted to make that clear also about the pictures. All right.
Yeah, understood, Dallas. And I appreciate your clarification. Things sound grim, no doubt. But I do want to put this out there that I have no doubt that we are going to recapture our destiny. It's going to happen. And when it does, people are going to pay. And they're going to pay dearly for what they've done to us. We do great work here. This community is growing. Our lexicon is growing thanks to many years of nonstop dedication from Jason and many others in this community. The lexicon is getting out there, and that's the first thing that needs to happen. We get our lexicon out there. People are joining up. Our numbers are growing. We are going to hit that percentage, and when we do, it's going to be out fucking standing. But they're going to pay for all the pain that everybody here has had to experience, even if we're not around when it happens. Just know that the anti-whites are going to pay big time. Miss Julia.
Hi, guys. So I have, I guess, sort of a weird question. I am one of those people who doesn't seem to react strongly to people dying. And I don't think I'm a psychopath or anything like that, because I do feel very deeply about a lot of things. But for example, I'm intensely opposed to circumcision of minors, so like routine infant circumcision. has been like my biggest social justice cause since I was a child. And just talking to someone who doesn't realize what a horror that is like more upsetting to me than hearing that one of our people has died. I don't know if that's a way that I cope with it or what, but I do feel more like concern um, and anger that one of my people has died than someone who I don't feel deserves to be on the planet. But it doesn't feel personal and visceral the way it does for these more specific things, which you might even argue are abstractions. So I guess the question is does anyone else feel that way? Um, if there is something wrong with me, like how do I fix it? I'm just curious what people think about that because, uh, yeah, I don't know how to process exactly.
A couple of hands up before we get to those. Well, let me tell you first, I fully agree with the uh, infant circumcision thing. I have worked with, I'm sure you're familiar with Bloodstained Men and Their Friends and Brother K. Uh, very big here in America, particularly anti-circumcision activist. He does great work and great things to bring awareness to that. And part of the reason why is because that's not our Western norm. That's never been a thing until anti-whiteism. And I think to me, that's a part of anti-whiteism. So I just want to throw it there. In terms of how you feel, I don't know. I don't know that that means that you're broken. Um, you know, perhaps you just have a better coping mechanism. But we do have a bunch of hands, so I'm going to let them roll through. I saw Cardi and Nebula first, and then I think Hans was next.
Responding to Julia, yeah, I mean, realistically, who wants to feel that kind of pain if they didn't have to? I mean, think about all the death and destruction in the world. You kind of have to be able to get through it. I would say, me personally, I think since Irina's death, I've actually made the choice to allow myself to feel these things. It's a huge motivator. The thing that motivated me, really, that helps to open that up. And I'm not suggesting this to you, but this is what helped with me. Was to actually watch what happened. The especially with Charlie Kirk. I mean, if you're trying to feel it, watch it. If you can stomach it, it will shock you to your core. But yeah, I think we've all been kind of desensitized to the point, and I think it's from the outside, from so much of it happening, and from the inside, from our own selves. That you just don't want to feel every bad thing that happens in the world. That's all.
I think a lot of that desensitization is deliberate. It's a goal of anti-whites to make us not feel as a people, to not care when others of our own kind are killed or injured. Just my 2 cents. Mr. Hans.
Uh, Dallas, I put an article on the far left of the Jumbotron. This is a New York Post article about Irina's boyfriend, and this is the kind of images that trigger loss aversion in me, because this is a white nuclear family that will never be, and the pain and the wounds will never heal, that this monster decided to do. Um, and this is similar to what white erasure does to white males. the fact that white males are denied their future lives for their birth, and it destroys any chance that they will have a family, a white nuclear family. And in this case, it was brutally uh, Irina was murdered, but it's that same feeling of loss that this was a beautiful family. I mean, I see no tattoos, no, you know, metal in the face. This is just clean people, clean white people.
Very astute observation, Hans. You know, he's not all inked up. He's not part of a gang. He looks like just a regular guy. She looks like a regular girl. Uh, there's nothing there to villainize. Perhaps that's what's pissing anti-whites off the most. There's nothing they can say about her. There's a level of innocence in both of them that's kind of unchallengeable. And I think, you know, looking at that picture of her with her boyfriend, there could have been a baby. It could have been a marriage, perhaps. Perhaps they planned on getting married soon. I haven't read the article, but you know, that's our Western norm is they would have gotten married. She would have had children and just been a good, decent family. And we were robbed of that. All of us here, we were all robbed of that in her, Mr. Biosphere.
Um, yeah, I wanted to say to Julia that I'm kind of the opposite. So I'm extraordinarily sensitive to things that are emotionally, I guess the word people use these days is triggering, but and I don't know why that is. You know, you don't know. You don't know why the way you are is. I don't know why the way I am is, and it's just the way we are. I don't think that it's necessarily that there's anything wrong with you. I don't think there's anything wrong with me. It's just the way we're wired, so to speak. It's the way our minds work. I know that if I'm in a more kind of rational, analytic frame of mind, like very problem solving mode, then I'm very much less emotional. And so, you know, maybe it's just a difference between left side and right side of the brain being more prominent. I don't know. Just excuse me, just a thought. And but anyway, I wouldn't feel bad about it. So yeah, there you go.
Miss Dallas.
Yeah, in response to Julia, I was, I sort of, I get the kind of, I think Tree Godfather was saying that, you know, it's sort of sometimes we have to disconnect. And I'm sorry if I'm misquoting you, Tree Godfather. But just, like if I feel everything that horrifies me, I'll be completely disabled, right? I won't be able to get up out of bed. I mean, these things, I am affected by these things, but what I've found is that the more I've been doing this work and feeling on some kind of maybe difficult to explain a certain level, I actually sense more of a peoplehood. Definitely did not have any of that before. So the more that's grown, I do feel it more when I see one of ours being, slaughtered or hurt, or, it's that, that beautiful little boy, Clay Weeks, a few weeks ago, you guys probably remember, maybe it's been a couple months. I don't know. Time has lost all meaning in the last couple of years. But anyway, he was beat up by this awful anti-white, and it's just disgusting. And that, like, looking at that broke me a little bit, is how I felt. But at the same time, I think about what Jason says, and I totally just let it set me on fire more for white well-being. And it's a step-by-step process, but I've always kind of done that in my life, where it's like I want to go there enough. I will look enough that, to the point where it's useful and productive, but I can't just sit there and look at everything all day, because it'll destroy me. And there's a point where I do have to get off of X, and I just, like, I can't take it anymore. There's, so I've learned to manage it. But my point to you is, I just think we all handle things in different ways, that there is absolutely a necessity to sort of, I can't feel it all. Paradoxically, I do feel more for our people, but I think it's good. When I think of our Arena, and I did watch that, I did lean into it, because I think, and I'm not giving advice at all. Okay. It is a learning process, but in this situation, at this moment in time, I just felt like, and I'm not going to watch everything, but it just sort of happened, and I just did. And it was very fast and awful and shocking, but I'm just using it. And it's fuel. And also there's that little thing where, like, I know people that I know personally that, they don't want to hear about anything. Don't tell me about that. And it's like, okay, you know what? I didn't want to hear about it either, but you know who else didn't want to hear about it? Arena's family, her boyfriend, Clay Weeks' dad. I mean, obviously we can name, unfortunately, countless people. And I'm not saying it as some sort of masochistic thing either, like, I got to feel it all. No, I can't do that. I'm just a human as well. I have my own stuff as well on top of it. We all do. But I'm not going to let fear make me recoil if I can do some good in a situation. But we got to do what we can handle emotionally. And there may be a time where I'm like, okay, you know what? I got to take a week off from looking at this stuff. Okay, if that's the case, I'll do it. But I prayerfully, mindfully go through each day, and going back, thinking about Jason's question yesterday at the gathering, when he said something. The question was, "What are you going to do differently since Irina and Charlie?" And I've been letting that simmer, and I just don't want to waste any time. It's already how I thought, but just taken up to the next level. And it's just about being on fire for us, managing my emotions, not getting caught up to where I can't function at all, or even I have to function optimally, but enough to where I'm not that person going, oh, well, I just don't want to hear about that. Well, you know what? I didn't either, but this is where we are. And I'm going to lean into it. I'm going to feel it a little bit, and then I'm going to take action. I'm going to make an awesome meme. I'm going to post about it. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to share. And let me share this win with you guys, by the way. I mentioned this before in that Go Free spotlight that Cindy Ben does, maybe a month ago, that I was doing an interview with somebody, and I mentioned white erasure, and she'd never heard of it before, the interviewer, and she was intrigued, and she liked it, and she asked me questions. She has been attending the gatherings. Just wanted to share that. So we are making a difference, one person at a time. Sometimes it's one conversation, but and I just talked to another friend last night, sent her the link to Jason's book. She was intrigued. It seems like this is what she's been looking for. Anyway, so That's it.
Well, first, Dallas, congratulations on the win. We will take all of those that we can get, for sure. And Julia's got her hand up. We'll get to you in a second, dear. Up in the Jumbotron at the far left, we always like to leave people with some kind of uplifting post. And not to anyone's surprise, it's my friend Ivar Anderson again. Beautiful little white boy. And Dallas should appreciate this. He's playing piano and doing a wonderful job. I wish I had that much skill at that age. I wish I would have that much musical talent ever, but absolutely outstanding job, young man. And I wanted to make sure I left everybody with that to smile at. And hopefully he grows to be an old man with grandchildren in a not white erased environment, in an era of white positivity where anti-whiteism is outlawed, perhaps. That's always a good goal. We're going to fucking get there, I promise. So we'll go to Julia, and then I'll send it around for final thoughts, and we'll pop smoke. It's been a long space, an emotional space, but I think a good space, and it's good for us to be here for each other and listen to each other, hear each other out, and because bottling up these painful things sometimes that's not good either. That's not healthy. So this space is for whatever we need. If it means sitting here for an hour and everybody lets out something painful, that's good too. It can't sit there and fester inside of you. I want everybody to be loved, to feel heard, to feel needed, wanted, part of a family, which we are. We're part of one big white family. So, Ms. Julia.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you to everyone who responded to me. I really appreciate everything that was said. Uh, I do think that it is how I was wired because I've always been this way. So I didn't grow up with TV or movies, but then I started watching those like when I was like eight, like maybe 16 until like my early 20s, and then especially like in my early 20s. And one thing that always jumped out at me was that I was just completely unfazed by any of the violence that occurred towards humans, for, like regardless of race or gender. Like it just didn't phase me. It just seemed completely unreal to me. Um, but I can't even watch like a millisecond of an animated animal being injured. Like even if I know it's like fake, like I can't. Like I just no. Like I have zero tolerance for that. So yeah, that's kind of why it confuses me because it's like this weird like extreme duality where like certain things super affect me and then other things just nothing. Um and but I'll think on what everyone was said because just because someone is wired a certain way doesn't mean that someone can't be rewired. And I have rewired myself in the past. So I will think on the advice I've been giving. And again, I appreciate that.
That's your final thought, Ms. Julia.
It is. Yeah. I mean, I wonder maybe if, because I haven't been watching TVs and films for the past like at least 10 years. If maybe that and just other changes I've made, maybe if I do watch more footage, it will trigger something in me. I just want to be as on fire as I for white well-being as I can be, as Dallas said.
Well, with that, I'd say you're not doing bad so far. Mr. Biospirit, my brother, I would like your final thoughts.
Yeah, good space. And I was just noticing a headline that says that the ammo that was used that killed Charlie was engraved with pro-trans and Antifa messaging. So we shall see who it ends up being. I really do appreciate that we are doing this tree space and the shade tree. And thank you very much. And we'll see you next time.
On the topic of next time, tomorrow should be with Mr. Hans. And as soon as he gets the link, I'll post it up on my profile. But he'll have it obviously on his profile. I did see the statement about the ammo. I'm not sure I'm ready to read too much into it yet because, of course, there's a lot of chicanery going along with the whole thing, and that could just be something somebody wrote on there to try to point to somebody else. I don't want to assume guilt where it doesn't need necessarily apply. Mr. Nameless One, your final thoughts.
Well, that child playing piano was very uplifting. I just reposted it. I was scrambling for the other post to remove the judge. Hang on. This has been very nice. I really appreciate having like a family, a community to come to, and where I can let this stuff out, and you people, not only do y'all get it, but like y'all are dedicated to it. So I envy some, if not all of you, really. I just, lately I'm slipping. Lately, and I seem to do this under a lot of emotional weight. But I'm kind of like the opposite of how Julia described. Maybe I really do this feel thing, especially the more with time. But I think no, I don't think you're crazy, Julia. For the record, it's a beautiful gathering we do here. I appreciate all of your voices and y'all being there. This is healing and most likely therapeutic. I really don't see the care in the outside world. Like I can't drum up in physical life. Like there's just nowhere like here, with you all. And I really appreciate it. I love you all.
Thank you for all of that, my friend. Mr. Cardia Nebula, your final thoughts.
Hey, sorry about that. I run to my phone. Yeah, no real final thoughts. Just the obligatory. Thank you for the space, everybody. You guys have been great. As anti-whiteism advances on us, I feel that we all need to start pulling together more and more and more frequently and getting more involved in the space and whatever we can do. I would say, on my end, to anybody in the leadership and the outreach team, if there's any duties or something that you can pass to me, that would be great because I want to do more. I just don't know where to start. just the whole activism thing is completely new to me. So, I'm just kind of throwing my hand up and saying, I volunteer for whatever, just let me know. But yeah, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it. And then be safe and stay well.
I see Biospirit threw up an emoji, so he heard you. Perhaps you guys can reach out and work something out. Miss Dallas, my sister, your final thoughts.
Thank you. Just all my love to you guys. This has been amazing. And I like how Biospirit said tree space. That's adorable. I know that was a mistake, but I like it. Shade tree, tree space. It's all good. Beautiful, beautiful. And just yeah. Oh, and I was going to mention this too. If anybody ever wants to pray with me, I do a Bible study. Just putting that out there. That's available if you ever, want to do a one-on-one prayer on Telegram. That's what we usually use. But I'm always there for you guys. And and thank you. That beautiful clip of the boy playing piano. That song, that's an old song, and unless I've been wrong this whole time, that song is actually called Children, which makes it even more moving because it actually has this melancholy aspect to it if you listen to it. But it's so beautiful. But thank you for posting that. Love you guys so much.
Thank you for adding that last part, especially because I was pretty sure that that's what it was called, but I didn't want to look like a total moron. I'd like to think there's some pieces still missing. Oh, good Lord. Mr. Eindel, my brother, your finals.
Well, I really appreciate the conversation and everything today. And I appreciate everybody that listens to us. Sometimes we get up to 200 listeners, and that's just awesome. I appreciate everybody's time. I just wanted to reiterate what I said earlier, though. I really think that this petition that Biospirit of the West came up with is a challenge to everybody that is ready to do something and just stop talking about it. I just checked, and it's up to 70 signatures, which is good. I know we're not the biggest community, but there's still a lot of space for improvement. The thing is when you read Jason's mission statement, or you heard it yesterday, or you go to the actual petition page and read the statement from Biospirit of the West, you'll notice that there is no advocating for anything that any violence or anything like that. I just wanted to put that out there because when you read what it's about, you'll know that it's if you don't sign your name to it, it's basically disagreeing with all of our principles and practices, in my opinion. I'm just speaking for myself, but that's what I really believe. We're never going to forget, but every day that this passes by, it just slips away from us the opportunity a little bit more that we can capitalize on this and bring more people to our cause and have justice, swift justice for all victims of anti-white terrorism. It's really important, guys. We mentioned earlier with the petition for the Indian guy that killed people. I mean, just think about it. Maybe you got to sit there and just read it, and then maybe just unplug from everything and just sit there and think. And just for all the people that criticized the people on the bus that just sat there and watched her die and didn't do anything about it. Do you really think you're much better if you have an opportunity to sign your name to this and the potential that it could help? I mean, there's no excuse, in my opinion. It just kind of bothers me. It tells me that if it was my daughter on that bus, the same people that refused to sign their name to this petition, as easy as it is, they wouldn't do anything about it. Like it's easy to criticize, but now here's the opportunity to do something. That's all I really kind of wanted to say. But I appreciate everybody for being here, and I love you guys. So thanks again.
Yeah, I know, and you brought up an excellent way of putting it. You know, if you're not willing to spend 2 seconds to sign that petition, you really are no better than all those anti-whites on the bus that just sat there and watched her bleed and did absolute shit. 100%, brother. Very good point. And I think I'm actually going to bring that up too. Nameless, you got something real quick?
Yes, I might would need someone to send me links to these petitions because, well, I may have filled out one or two of the wrong ones. I mean, remove the judge who freed DeCarlos sounded good. Um, the But I think in this one I signed, I had went to change.org, but there was mention of DeCarlos being hung. So I really want to make sure I'm filling out the right thing. Perhaps, um, somebody could like message me links. I don't know. I hope I'm not being stupid about this, but yeah, I'm trying, y'all. I will sign these.
I just sent.
Eindhoven? Yeah, go ahead, Eindhoven.
Yeah, it sounded like Dallas was about to mention. I think she sent it to you. But I was going to say too that when you read this, you'll see that justice in regards to the judge that let this animal out on the street. It's in there. Everything's in there. So I just wanted to point that out. It's not just kind of like a half-ass like we want I mean there's multiple aspects of the justice we're trying to achieve, so I just wanted to put that out there too.
Excellent. Dallas?
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying to Nameless, I did send him the one for Arena just now. I don't have that other one, the one about removing the judge. Can someone direct us where that is?
If it's not out of turn of me, I did share that one that I had filled out, or the couple that I had. Just really want to make sure I'm. Thank you to you, Dallas.
Yeah, I think it's down below, Dallas, in the little comment section. It should stay there after the space as well. Mr. Hans, last but never least, my brother, your final thoughts.
So we talked about good versus evil and the fact that the cartridges had this trans and Antifa messaging. The only thing that bothers me is that the photos of the suspect doesn't look. He looks like a normal student, but I'm pretty sure whoever he turns out to be is going to play the victim, and normally they do that to gain the right to self-defense. But in this case, that of course that's not going to help them in any way. But they're still going to do it, and I think there's a deeper reason there, and it is that even evil people wants to be the hero in their own story. And I think that's maybe what happens when trans people commit suicide, is when that illusion shatters and they realize that it was their whole life is a lie and they are the villain, and then the only way out is to white flight. um that's actually not a good note to end on, but thanks everyone. Love you all.
I mean, it is what it is. It's your observations, and they're certainly as valid. Seeing the picture of the suspect, I'm not sure how quite I feel about it. I mean, if I was going to commit some heinous act and wanted another group to take the heat, I would kind of wear the hat, wear the shirt, kind of blend in. So I guess that's why I'm not. I mean, we know that the whole rainbow trans thing, that's anti-white in its own right, but we don't know if this guy specifically was or wasn't really. I guess I want to see more information first before pin it on any particular group. That's just kind of my thinking on it. But with that, this has been the Thursday, September 11th, the 2025 edition of The Shade Tree, White Wellbeing, and WG Space. We meet here daily at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on X. You can check my profile before the 2 p.m. start time and catch the pinned link. That'll always be the link to the upcoming space. We practice the Go Free lexicon and concepts as developed by my friend Jason Kuna, Mr. No White Guilt himself. You can find him here on X as at No White Guilt NWG. Elsewhere is simply No White Guilt, and on the web at nowhiteguilt.org. I want to thank each and every one of the speakers and all of you who showed up to listen. You all make this space possible by bringing your diverse experience, your skill sets, and your intelligence here for all of us to share. Without all of your participation, whether as speakers or listeners, it would just be me, an old white man rambling into X, trying to get others to go free. Thanks again. I truly appreciate you all. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening, whichever it happens to be. I do love you all. And I hope to see you all again tomorrow under the shade tree, where we continue to go free. Bye bye for now.